The United States. 50 states, 2 oceans, and fixed borders. But what if that's not strictly true? What if the borders aren't actually finished? Maybe one of the next places Washington wants isn't even American yet. Why does the US already treat Greenland like it owns it? And let's face it, after Venezuela, anything is possible. Take a look at the North Atlantic island. Lightly populated, resource-rich, and quickly becoming central to U.S. missile defense and Arctic strategy. This makes Greenland a modern test case for how America expands, without officially expanding. Greenland is 3 times the size of Texas and has fewer people than a small U.S. town. And it sits directly under the shortest missile path between Russia and America. As of January 2026, it's still a self-governing territory within the Kingdom of Denmark. It's had self-rule since 2009, though Denmark handles foreign affairs and defense. In reality, Greenland hosts Pituffik Space Base, the northernmost U.S. military base. For decades, Pituffik has worked as a giant ear, listening for ballistic missiles passing over the pole and keeping a close eye on the Russian Northern Fleet. One reason Pituffik matters so much is that the Arctic isn't as far away as it used to be. In a missile age, distance matters less. The shortest route between Russia and North America isn't across an ocean, it's over the pole. That's why Greenland has always been valuable, even when it looked like nothing but ice and rock. And it's why the base isn't just a leftover Cold War relic. It's one of the few places where radar coverage, satellite tracking, and early warning infrastructure really count. The US doesn't have to own Greenland to use that advantage, but it does have to make sure access can't be disrupted. And that's where the conversation stops being about diplomacy and starts being about permanence. But in the last few years, America has been focused on something else. Climate change is melting the ice, up to 280 billion tons per year in some periods. And as it pulls back, it's exposing something that used to be impossible: shorter shipping routes like the Northwest Passage. If the Arctic becomes passable, the first country to control it won't just move ships faster, it'll decide who gets delayed, who pays more, and who gets cut out entirely. And once a route becomes real, the world starts rebuilding around it. Ports expand, insurance markets adjust, shipping companies plan whole futures around the new timeline. And that changes what control looks like. It's no longer just defending a base. It's managing traffic, enforcing rules, and deciding who gets reliable access. And if this sounds theoretical, it's not. Whoever controls this route doesn't just move ships on a map. They decide who gets rich first. And that's not all either. Greenland isn't valuable because it's big. It's valuable because it contains the kind of minerals the modern US military can't function without. Estimates suggest Greenland holds around 1.5 million metric tons of rare earth elements, the materials that go inside fighter jets, precision-guided weapons, radar systems, and satellites. And that's the problem. If access to rare earths gets restricted, it doesn't just slow down consumer tech, it hits defense production, energy systems, and industrial capacity, the things a country needs in a long crisis. That's why Greenland isn't being treated like a distant territory, it's being treated like a 21st century Louisiana Purchase. It's not about influence, but about deciding who can build, who can arm, and who can last. Greenland's politics make things even more complicated. Denmark isn't the only voice involved here. Greenland has its own government, its own parties, and its own internal debate about its future. Some people want more independence. Some want stability and protection through Denmark. Some want the economic upside of development, but fear what happens when the country becomes reliant on foreign money. That's why this isn't just a question of whether Denmark would ever agree, it's whether Greenland can keep saying no once the strategic logic starts tightening. Because the modern takeover doesn't begin with troops. It begins with contracts, infrastructure, and dependency, until one day, the most important decisions aren't being made locally anymore. That's the quiet form of expansion. The paperwork stays the same, but the reality changes underneath it. The move for Greenland isn't just a real estate deal, it's seen as a must-have for survival. The message to Copenhagen is clear. They have something America wants. It's the same thinking that fueled the Louisiana Purchase, just with more satellites and freezing temperatures. The reaction has been immediate. Denmark has called it a major breach of trust, and European leaders are reassessing what this means for NATO's unity. But in Washington, the calculation is simple. The strategic value is too high. and the cost of stopping it is even higher. Would the US suddenly be willing to risk its friendship with NATO for a remote island in the Arctic Circle? And how did things get to this point? To understand why, you have to look at the speed of American growth. America didn't expand because it knew what it was buying. It expanded because it was afraid of who might buy it first. In the early years, the US wasn't a superpower. It was a thin strip of territory on the Atlantic, and the people running it believed something rather simple. If you leave space empty, someone else fills it, usually a rival empire. That's why the US bought Louisiana in 1803 and Alaska in 1867. Something that looked useless on paper became priceless in function. Resources, position, a defensive line facing the ocean. And this is the part most people miss when they talk about American expansion. It rarely starts as conquest. It starts as security. First comes the justification, then access, then permanent infrastructure, then normalization. Only later does the legal status catch up, sometimes decades later. The country expands in function first, and the paperwork comes second. Which is why a place like Greenland wouldn't have to begin with a dramatic annexation. It would begin with reasonable steps, more access, more investment, and more security cooperation. And once that becomes normal, the last step doesn't feel like an invasion anymore. It feels like a formality. And that's the danger. The map doesn't change all at once, it changes quietly. In the 1800s, the US used the Monroe Doctrine to warn Europe to keep out. In 2026, the modern version doesn't always need declarations. It uses money, military access, and pressure to keep rivals from gaining ground. Because if the US doesn't expand its control, someone else will. But there's a problem. Every time the US grows, it faces a choice. Do you bring the people in, like they did with the 50 states? Or do you treat them like the self-governing Puerto Rico or Guam? For the planners in the military, the Caribbean is the gateway to the Western Hemisphere. And if you look at a map of who actually holds the keys, the Arctic looks like a logical next step, rather than a total surprise. In a strange twist of fate, it seems like whenever the US wants to expand its sea border, it usually ends up writing a check to Denmark. Before the 2026 push for Greenland, there was the 1917 purchase of the US Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, totaling about 133 square miles. At the time, the US didn't want the islands because it needed more beaches. It wanted them because World War I was happening, and Germany was looking at the Caribbean as a place to park U-boats. The US offered Denmark $25 million in gold, equivalent to over $700 million today, for the 3 islands. You don't take over a place because you want to manage its schools or pave its roads. You take it over so that no one else can. But if the US is so good at taking land, why stop at 50 states? By the mid-20th century, Washington realized that hard borders were expensive. So, the US mastered the invisible border. It's control without responsibility, using the dollar, the military, and security to manage places like Puerto Rico and the Caribbean without ever adding a star to the flag. Take Puerto Rico, for example. It pays taxes, uses the dollar, sends soldiers to war, and still can't vote for the president who commands them. This is the perfect way to expand. You get the safety and land you need. You get key locations for naval bases. And you get the trade. But more importantly, you don't have to deal with the messy democracy part. And this is the way the US is looking at the future. Whether it's the Bahamas, the Turks and Caicos, or even parts of Hispaniola. The US doesn't need to plant a flag to take over. It just needs to make sure that these places stay within the orbit of Washington. Go further back, and you see what the Navy calls sea narrow spots. The Windward Passage between Cuba and Haiti, about 50 miles wide at its narrowest. The Mona Passage between the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, about 60 miles wide. And if the US controls these, it controls the main pathway of the Western Hemisphere. Every barrel of oil coming out of the Gulf of America, formerly the Gulf of Mexico. Cargo ships coming from Europe and feeding into the Americas. A huge amount of it has to pass through these same corridors. And once you see that, you understand why the Caribbean has always been treated differently. This isn't influence, it's logistics control. Whoever dominates these passages can decide what moves freely and what gets delayed, inspected, rerouted, or priced out. That affects energy, trade and military movement. It shapes how fast reinforcements shift oceans, how quickly ships can respond to a crisis near Central America or the top edge of South America. So the Caribbean isn't just where the U.S. projects power, it's where it controls the rules of movement. And in the modern world, it even affects pressure further away, because global trade doesn't just depend on oceans, it depends on predictable bottlenecks. When one bottleneck breaks, everything downstream becomes more expensive. That's why the Caribbean is about controlling the lanes that connect the American economy to the rest of the world. The U.S. has spent 200 years trying to make sure the Caribbean is a closed sea. But today, the tools of that control are changing. It's no longer just about sending Marines for short-term occupation like Haiti from 1915 to 1934. Now it's about systems. Airspace, shipping lanes, Coast Guard patrols, customs agreements, financial networks. The Caribbean runs through American infrastructure whether the flags change or not. And that's where the invisible border becomes real. Because when a Caribbean government starts to wobble, it doesn't just create local chaos, it hits American leverage immediately. It needs cash, fuel, food, and legitimacy fast. And most of that runs through systems the U.S. controls or dominates. And you can see it in real life. A hurricane wipes out ports and power, and suddenly the country isn't just rebuilding, it's scrambling for diesel, emergency financing, and U.S.-led disaster relief to keep running. A debt crisis hits, imports stall, and now the government is negotiating austerity and access under outside pressure. Say a political breakdown turns violent. Washington doesn't have to invade. It can freeze aid, shape security support, and tilt the outcome from a distance. That's the modern empire model. No occupation required. The U.S. can steer outcomes while the region stays independent on paper. And that's why the Caribbean isn't just nearby. It's structural. Instability here doesn't stay contained. It raises shipping costs, spikes border pressure, and threatens military readiness across the region. And that's the point. The U.S. doesn't have to take the Caribbean. It just has to keep it running on American terms. The Caribbean is where the U.S. controls access to the hemisphere, but there's one place that connects the hemisphere to the entire planet's shipping system. One location that doesn't just matter to Washington. It matters to every major economy on Earth, Panama. In 1903, it was still a part of Colombia. The U.S. wanted a canal. Colombia said no, so Washington sent a Navy ship back to revolt, and a new country appeared almost overnight. The price of that freedom? A 10-mile-wide strip of land the U.S. controlled as if it were independent until 1999. So why does this matter now? Even though the U.S. handed the canal back to Panama, the hunger for it never went away. Recently, there's been an increase in the way people talk about resecuring the canal. Why? Well, because about 5 to 6% of all global sea trade moves through these locks, including 40% of U.S. container traffic. As China continues to invest in other countries via its Belt and Road Initiative, the U.S. is cautiously looking at Panama. It sees a potential weak spot. It doesn't need to invade Panama, it just needs to make it clear that if the canal's neutrality is ever threatened, or if the fees get too high for American tankers, the U.S. military has a leftover right to step in. It's expansion through the fine print. But there is one place that doesn't fit into this thinking: Venezuela. No country in the region combines proximity, energy, value, and political instability the way it does. It's not just a foreign policy issue, it's a strategic problem sitting next to the U.S. sphere of control. Why does Venezuela keep popping up in every U.S. plan? To answer that, we have to look at why the U.S. sometimes stops just short of taking over a country, and why, in the case of Venezuela, the rules of the map might be about to change entirely. In early January of 2026, the U.S. launched Operation Absolute Resolve, with the aim of capturing Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro. And it succeeded, shattering the regime's chain of command, all without formally annexing anything. But notice what happened next. Within 72 hours of the attack, the U.S. Department of Energy announced U.S. oil companies would fix Venezuela's crumbling oil infrastructure. The The White House said that between 30 and 50 million barrels of Venezuelan oil would now be handled by U.S. accounts. That means controlling the world's largest oil supplies, 303 billion barrels of heavy crude that the U.S. Gulf Coast oil factories were literally built to process. This is where modern expansion stops looking like a conquest and starts looking more like accounting. And by the way, this doesn't mean Venezuela suddenly becomes stable. It just means Venezuela becomes manageable. And those are two very different things. Because once a regime collapses, the next fight isn't theoretical, it's practical. Who controls infrastructure? Who controls exports? Who controls security? And who gets paid? Oil production doesn't come back because Washington wants it to. It comes back when pipelines get repaired, refineries function, workers show up, and the people with guns stop interfering. That's why this kind of operation becomes a long-term management project, even if the US never admits it's doing one. And it's also why Venezuela isn't in the same category as Greenland. Venezuela is about extracting output without inheriting a country. Greenland is about geography that can't be outsourced. Once you understand that difference, the broader pattern becomes clearer. The US takes territory when it needs a permanent position. It takes control when it only needs the resource. That's what makes this story feel bigger than a single crisis. So, why does this keep happening? Well, when a country has exactly what a superpower needs, the relationship stops being optional. Over time, strategy pulls them into the same orbit. With China trying to build ports in the Caribbean and Russia putting advisors in Caracas, Washington's thinking changed. The cost of high energy prices and China's influence in the region meant only one thing. If the US doesn't make their presence felt, someone else will. The US has grown from 13 colonies to a huge country. Today, it's attempting to turn the Caribbean into a private lake and Venezuela into a managed oil field. And now, we're watching it look at the Arctic as its next state. If the US is willing to redraw the map in the north and the south, where does it stop? There are other gaps on the map. Other places where US interests and foreign borders are currently rubbing against each other. Is it the border to the north? The one to the south? Or is the US looking even further afield? Islands in the Pacific that are being built up by rivals. Out here, the US doesn't need to conquer islands, because in the Pacific, control doesn't look like a flag on a beach. Instead, it's paperwork that says everyone else is banned. A runway only one country can use, a radar site watching the horizon, and an agreement that lets Washington decide who's allowed to bring forces into the region. Palau, Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands, 3 sovereign nations that have become strategic anchors denying China footholds in the island chain that stretches from Hawaii to the Philippines. In 2023, the U.S. claimed an extended ocean floor, adding roughly 386,000 square miles, an area twice the size of California, across the Arctic, Bering Sea, and Pacific. This grants sovereign rights to seabed minerals like cobalt and nickel, critical for the next century of technology. No population or flags needed, just some lines on a map. Even Canada is seen as a target. It has the water, timber, and minerals the next century will run on. And its defense is already deeply tied to the United States. So when global shortages tighten, the idea of a North American Union stops sounding like a joke and starts sounding like a contingency plan. It wouldn't look like an invasion. It would look like a treaty expansion. By now, the pattern should be clear. The United States doesn't just grow because it's greedy. It grows because it's the world's sole superpower. But this brings us to the big question that keeps experts awake at night. What actually stops the US from just taking over the whole half of the world? It has the military. It has the global currency. Why hasn't the map already turned solid blue from the North Pole to the bottom of South America? The answer comes down to cost. Every time you add a star to the flag, you're not just adding land, you're adding a permanent bill, infrastructure, security, social systems, and millions of new voters who may not agree with you. The US learned this after the 1800s. Taking territory is expensive. Holding it is worse. And today, the punishment doesn't stop at protests or resistance. It hits finances. Because the US isn't invincible. It's swimming in debt. dependent on markets and confidence to keep the system running. And the countries it would provoke by taking land? Many of them hold U.S. Treasury bonds, enough to hurt America if retaliation turns economic. And that's what people forget when they talk about expansion like it's still the 19th century. Every move has consequences that travel through alliances, currencies, and markets. So modern power looks different. Why take land when you can just control access? Why occupy a country when you can just control its money, its roots, and systems? That's the truth about the size of the United States. People focus on borders, but the U.S. is already as large as it can afford to be, just not on the map you're used to seeing. But the real question is whether anyone can really escape America's grip once it takes hold. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. It really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time on MapPack. April 6th, 1909. Robert Peary stands on a sheet of drifting ice, a freshly planted flag fluttering in the cold Arctic air. His frostbitten crew watches as the moment is captured on camera. Then Peary speaks 5 simple words. We are at the pole. And with that, one of the greatest frauds in exploration history was born. Back in the US, newspapers hailed Peary as a hero. Congress showered him with medals. Textbooks crowned him the first man to reach the North Pole. But there was just one problem. A year earlier, another American explorer, Dr. Frederick Cook, had claimed he got there first. 2 men, one frozen dot on the map, and somehow both swore they were first. The country immediately split into Team Peary and Team Cook. Peary called Cook a fraud. Cook fired back that Peary was jealous and desperate. Newspapers launched smear campaigns. So how did the greatest achievement in Arctic exploration turn into a national scandal filled with lies, missing evidence, and 2 men claiming the same impossible victory? For that, we have to go back, way back, long before Peary, long before Cook, to the moment Europe first became obsessed with finding a shortcut to the top of the world. In the late 15th century, Europeans had a problem. They'd finally looped around the Cape of Good Hope to reach India and the Far East. Good news, no more paying Silk Road middlemen who charged like they were running a medieval app store. The bad news, the route took forever. 1 to 2 years of dodging storms, praying your ship didn't spontaneously fold in half, and dealing with southern hemisphere winds that ate sailors for breakfast. The Cape route was a win, but also a collective, okay, surely there's a less murdery option moment. The logic was simple. Earth is round, so the top is shorter. And they were right, mathematically. The issue, the far north was basically one giant ice wall. Nobody was sailing through that. And when a place exists only in rumor form, humans do what humans do best. Gossip. People swore that just past the ice right at the North Pole, there was an Arctic paradise, an open sea, calm, ice-free, practically begging for explorers who loved frostbitten welcome mats. The idea dates back to 1531. English merchant Robert Thorne begged Henry VIII to send a ship north. Henry, unfortunately, was too busy rage-quitting marriages and religions to care about geography explorations. Later, Henry Hudson and William Barents went searching for this mythical ice-free pole. They failed. Spectacularly. But at least they got a river and a sea named after them. People were dreaming up premium content for what lay beyond the 80th parallel. Sea ice only formed near land. Because there's no night during summer, the ice would just melt. The Russians found open water north of Svalbard once, so everything must be open. And lastly, some animals seemed to migrate around the pole, so it had to be a lovely neighborhood, the hypothetical Arctic beach resorts everyone was apparently imagining. Anyway, by the 19th century, people were getting twitchy. there was a chunk of the map that was still blank, and they couldn't draw "Here be dragons" again. So in 1819, as British ships harassed every ocean on Earth, Sir John Franklin figured he'd finish what Henry Hudson started. He launched the Coppermine expedition to find the Northwest Passage. It immediately face-planted. The plan? Start overland from Hudson Bay, reach Great Slave Lake, and go up the Coppermine River to the Arctic Ocean. Then chart the unknown northern coast of Canada. They would get help from Hudson's Bay Company, the Northwest Company, and local indigenous guides. The reality? Whole different story. 1819 was cold, brutally cold, and it took nearly a year just to reach the lake. The two companies argued non-stop, full mom and dad at Thanksgiving energy, and Franklin wound up with far less help than promised. By winter of 1820-21, the expedition was stuck on the Coppermine River at a place optimistically named Fort Enterprise. Morale tanked so hard that two members, George Back and Robert Hood, nearly fought a pistol duel over the daughter of one of the Yellowknife hunters they were wintering with. So far, no Arctic paradise, just cold, misery, and dueling for dares. By June, the weather finally thawed. They pushed north, reached the sea, the Yellowknife guides headed home. Franklin's crew continued in 3 canoes. Shockingly, they made it 500 miles into totally uncharted territory. And then, everything went sideways. Rough seas hit. Winter started creeping back, and the team had to retreat the hard way, across the barren lands, which is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. Even wrapped up in blankets, the breeze cut through them like they'd personally insulted the wind. Food was whatever they could find. Bone soup from half-eaten carcasses counted as a good day. On bad days, they scraped lichen off of rocks. Fungus comes with a guaranteed detox plan, and barren lands didn't come with restrooms. And when the fungi ran out, the team upgraded to their backup boots, lightly boiled. A Michelin star meal, if the Michelin inspectors were dead. The main group staggered back to Fort Enterprise on October 12th. Notice I said main group. There were stragglers, and some of them were tricked into eating wolf meat, and that comes with heavy air quotes. When they staggered into Fort Enterprise, they found the rest of the team still starving. The nightmare didn't end until July of 1822, when the survivors reached Hudson's Bay Company headquarters. The expedition was a total failure. 5,500 miles traveled, 500 miles of coast mapped. Half the crew dead, a craving for human flesh, and the Northwest Passage still stubbornly non-existent. Think about that the next time you have a bad day at work. But John Franklin got rewarded anyway. He was elected to the Royal Society, celebrated for his bravery. Others, meanwhile, pointed out the obvious. His last trip was the chef's kiss of catastrophe. And yet, Franklin kept going back to the Arctic. 2 ships, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, left Greenhithe, Kent on May 19, 1845. This time, Franklin bragged about how prepared they were. Nothing like the Coppermine disaster, he said. They had 8,000 tins of food for 3 years. The ships were last seen on July 29th. Then, nothing. The Arctic hit mute on the adventure. It took until 1859 for the first clues to show up. And of course, they were grim. They always are. Franklin died by June 11, 1847. The mystery dragged on for over a century and a half. The wreck of the Erebus turned up in 2014 near Queen Maud Gulf. The Terror appeared in 2016, parked south of King William Island. No one knows exactly what happened, but the fatal journey likely started in the deceptively upbeat Disco Bay in Greenland and ended somewhere in the frozen north of Canada. Bit of a mood shift there. And if you like these map dives, make sure to hit that subscribe button to keep my motivation from drifting more than polar ice flows. In 1852, German cartographer August Petermann published a map Franklin would have killed to have on that fateful voyage. You know, just something to stare at when morale was dropping faster than the crew's body weight. On the map, the North Pole and the open polar sea. Petermann believed a warm current flowed from Japan straight into the Arctic, keeping the ocean ice-free. So what did the explorers do? They doubled down on the delusions. And that's when a new player entered the game, American explorer Elisha Kent Kane. He sailed all the way to northwestern Greenland searching for the missing expedition, and he didn't find them. What he did find was 2 solid years of being trapped under the ice. But Kane and his team survived. He got farther north than anyone before him, and what he saw actually seemed to support Peterman's theory. The channel was ice-free, wide open. So when Kane and his crew returned in one piece, people were amazed, and then realized the dream of an ice-free polar ocean suddenly looked less like fantasy and a lot more like, let's do this. Sure, the Suez Canal opened in 1869 and finally solved the whole Cape of Good Hope is trying to straight up drown everyone problem, but that didn't slow the race for the North Pole. If anything, it hit the gas. Everyone mocked Secretary of State William Seward for buying Alaska. They called it Seward's folly, but for Seward, Alaska was just step 1 of his Arctic world domination tour. Britain was still enjoying planting flags. Russia was thinking about the 1800s version of special operations. Even Sweden got in on the game. Adolf Erik Nordenskjöld, whose Vega expedition became the first to navigate the entire Northeast Passage in 1878. Gold star for Addy. So the US couldn't afford to sit this one out. The Civil War was over. Time to die somewhere else. And that's where James Gordon Bennett came in. Or more accurately, enter his money. And if you're wondering how this connected to Perry and Cook, you'll find out pretty soon. Bennett was publisher of the New York Herald and walking ATM, if ATMs had chin-strap beards. He bought a ship, the Jeannette, and jacked it up to survive drifting in Arctic ice. Of course not. He was rich. He sent Lieutenant George Washington DeLong of the U.S. Navy, aka the expendable guy. And so the U.S. Arctic expedition left San Francisco on July 8, 1879. Destination, North Pole. Maybe. For a while, everything looked great. The ship passed the Aleutians, reached Siberia, and pushed north on August 31st. Then, September 5th happened. The Jeannette got stuck in the ice and stayed that way until June 11th, 1881. 2 years, frozen like a ship-shaped popsicle. It drifted less than 230 miles. But hey, at least they tested the ice-free North theory. Peterman was wrong. There was no warm Japan to Arctic supercurrent, no Pacific Gulf Stream, just ice. Infinite, soul-destroying ice. 2 days after being set free, the ice came back. And this time, it was personal. It crushed the ship's hull and DeLong's hopes in one go. That's how you multitask. The ship sank on June 13th. The crew set out across the ice and then piled into 3 lifeboats, but not all of them made it out of the frozen hell. One boat, 13 men, had the good luck to run into the local Yakuts, who got them to safety. They all survived and made it back to the US. The other boat, 12 men, washed up in empty Siberian nowhere. They all died. That was DeLong's group. His body was found and finally returned home in 1884. And yet, even with Peterman's theory put on ice, people still didn't give up on the North. In 1903, Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen set out to crack the Northwest Passage. His ship, the Joa, was a 47-ton fishing boat, a glorified bathtub with ambition. But he tuned it up with a shallow draft, a 13-horsepower engine, and a plan to hug the coast like he had abandonment issues. And initially, everything was going well. Almost too well. And then Amundsen spent 2 years stuck at King William Island. Classic Arctic. And once again, the real MVPs showed up. The Netsilik Inuit. They taught him the lessons Europeans somehow kept failing. Wear animal skins, not wool. Wool turns into a cold, wet regret blanket. Use sled dogs. Lots of sled dogs. This is the Arctic, not a Sunday stroll. When things finally thawed, Amundsen pushed past on, rolling into Nome on Alaska's Pacific coast. He'd done it. The centuries-old dream unlocked by determination and straight-up delusion. Did it revolutionize commerce? Absolutely not. His ship lives in a museum now, but the survival skills he learned from the Inuit, those would save his life in Antarctica. But he proved the one thing everyone wanted. It actually could be done. And 2 VIPs were paying attention. One was Robert Peary. He joined the U.S. Navy in 1881 as a civil engineer and even served as chief surveyor for a proposed canal across Nicaragua in 1885. But the tropics? Boring. Perry preferred to be cold, which are clearly the warning signs of a madman. The next year, he headed to Qeqertarsuaq, then called Godhaven. It was June 1886, his first time in Greenland, and his goal was beautifully stupid. Cross it by dog sled. The Navy gave him leave. His mother gave him $500 for supplies. Clearly a Nepo baby. Perry even wanted to go alone, but Danish official Christian Mygard politely translated that into, "You'll die immediately." So he went with Perry. They eventually turned back because they ran out of food, but Perry wasn't the type to give up. He returned in 1891 and was far better prepared. Think Rocky montage levels of training. He even brought his wife Josephine, partly to avoid the classic Arctic tradition of dueling over women. His goal? Figure out if Greenland was one giant landmass stretching to the North Pole. Perry almost had to cancel everything on day one when his leg lost a fight with the ship's tiller. He calmly told Josephine, "Don't be frightened, dearest. I have hurt my leg," which is a poetic way of saying it was broken from knee to ankle. Once he healed, the team crossed what's now known as Perryland. Catchy. On May 3rd, 1892, Perry and his team reached Independence Fjord, becoming the first to cross Greenland. The reward? $1 million. Nah, he found out Greenland was just a big island. But everyone lived, including the expedition's surgeon, Frederick Albert Cook. Cook was born in Hortonville, New York in 1865. He graduated from NYU and looked like a man going places. Then, life body slammed him. His wife Libby died in childbirth, and so did their baby. So Cook did what Theodore Roosevelt did when tragedy struck. He ran straight into adventure. He stumbled across Perry's call for volunteers in Greenland. Cook, being both smart and desperate, pointed out that an expedition probably needed a doctor. He later said he answered the call of the Northland. Perry, grateful for the leg-fixing thing, praised Cook's calm under pressure. But from here, it was all downhill, pretty fast. In 1893, Perry was already planning another Arctic run. The man had the fever, glacier brain, but Cook didn't sign on this time. He wanted to publish his study of the local Inuit. Perry, meanwhile, insisted his book had to come out first. Classic, your life's work is cool but mine is cooler energy. Perry went anyway in 1898, but things were starting to look uncomfortably similar to the doomed Franklin expedition. Friends and family were quietly panicking. You know, the kind where no one screams, but everyone's eyes say he's absolutely going to die. So Cook sailed north, found Perry somehow alive, and patched him up. Perry had scurvy, heart problems, and the aura of a man trying to win a contest nobody else entered. But now Cook had ambitions. He could solo. Why follow Perry when he could chase his own delusions of grandeur? He headed south to Antarctica and claimed he was the first to summit Mount McKinley in 1906. Key phrase there. He claimed. History says nah. That same year, Perry launched his 6th Arctic expedition. At this point, he was convinced the universe had personally chosen him to reach the North Pole. The chosen one energy, the frostbite messiah. But his old doctor had other plans. Cook slipped out of Gloucester, Massachusetts in July of 1907. Destination? Unknown. He told absolutely no one. Peak mysterious explorer behavior. By April of 1908, he surfaced in Enowatok, the northernmost settlement on Earth, a tiny hunting base 700 miles from the pole. Not ideal positioning, unless you're planning something bold, reckless, or both. Guess what he did? In February, he set out following a route sketched years earlier by Norwegian explorer Otto Sverdrup. Cook said it looked promising, which is explorer speak for let's wing it. The team traveled 360 miles in 24 days, surviving on fresh meat and strict rationing of preserved food. March slid into April, and somehow the misery leveled up. Cook said the wind made breathing feel like a criminal offense. But at noon on April 21st, he grabbed a sextant, took reading, and declared, close enough. He had found the North Pole. He even snapped this photo. Old Glory stuck proudly on top of an igloo, the world's coldest Airbnb. Then he wrote a note, sealed it in a brass tube, and buried it in a crevasse. If you can't leave footprints, at least leave paperwork. The trip to the pole was kind of easy. The return, whole different story. Cook assumed the winds would carry him eastward. Nature said cute, and shoved the ice 100 miles west instead. Now they were nowhere near their supply caches, and since it was late spring, the ice started cracking like tacos on a Tuesday. Luckily, they had brought collapsible boats. The first sensible decision in this whole story. But progress was slow. So slow, they basically postponed the idea of going home. They reached Devon Island, hid in a cave, and hunted with spears once they ran out of bullets. Peak this is our lives now energy. But winter actually did them a solid. The ice returned, Smith Sound froze over, and they walked back to Enowatok. There, Cook learned something wild. People weren't shocked because he claimed to have reached the pole, they were shocked he was alive. And Perry, he'd passed through the previous August, headed for the North Pole himself. But who cares? Cook got there first, right? Perry's trip was the opposite of Cook's minimalist misery march. If Cook traveled like a backpacker, Perry traveled like a circus. 50 men, 50 sledges, 246 dogs, a full Arctic parade. They leapfrogged forward, planting supply caches. It had failed in 1906, but Perry clearly had a very flexible relationship with the definition of insanity. He didn't have boats, so he waited for the ice to solidify enough to walk on. When it finally did, they moved 280 miles in a month. Only 6 men tackled the last 134 miles. Perry, 4 Inuit, and his assistant, Matthew Henson, the first Black American to ever reach this far north. On April 6th, Henson asked, "We are now at the pole, are we not?" Perry replied that he couldn't say definitely, inspiring confidence. Then, according to Henson, Perry pulled out a flag his wife had sewn, stuck it in an igloo, and everyone struck a pose like they were ice influencers. The next day, Perry whipped out a sextant and didn't bother to announce the result. Another great sign. But Henson said Perry put a piece of the flag and a note into a tin and buried it in the ice. Meanwhile, Cook met King Frederick VIII of Denmark and offered to send his records to the University of Copenhagen. One problem? He didn't have them. One of his companions, Harry Whitney, had them. Anyway, Perry saw an opening the size of Greenland. He invited the utterly exhausted Whitney onto his ship, but only if Cook's records stayed off. So Whitney did what any sane man would do. He buried them in Greenland and got on the boat. Big brain thinking. And from that moment on, Cook's life went into freefall. That proof photo from Denali? Yeah. Turned out he took it on Fake Peak, the dollar store version of the mountain. Copenhagen scientists examined what scraps of data they had and said, bruh, his sextant copies didn't even match the solar diameter you'd expect at the actual pole. Talk about amateur. Then, because humiliation has a sequel, Cook was tried and imprisoned for fraud a decade later. So unreliable is the academic term. The casual term is absolutely not. That means Perry won, right? National Geographic said so. He got the crown, end of story. Except, no. In the 1970s, the whole controversy blew open. Wally Herbert reached the North Pole in 1969, took one look at Perry's math, and basically said, yeah, he got close, like 60 miles close, but not there. Nat Geo agreed, so both Perry and Cook were lying. The race to the pole? One giant, frosty ego contest. Why all the confusion? Easy. We know exactly where the South Pole is. Antarctica. Real land, real coordinates. When Amundsen showed up in 1911, he planted a flag and went, boom, mine. But the North Pole? It's not on land. It's floating ice. Santa's house is basically sitting on a giant frozen conveyor belt. If he really lived at the geographic pole, he'd need to update his address every morning. NORAD would quit. So you can't plant a flag. The ice moves, the flag moves, your heroic claim moves. And the ego trips didn't stop with Perry and Cook. The race for the North Pole was always political theater. Not long after their ridiculous feud, the world exploded into war. twice. Not sure if you noticed. Mix in ideology, nuclear weapons, and a frozen arena? Suddenly, the Arctic wasn't just cold. Seward's Folly guaranteed that the frozen North would turn into a battleground once the US squared off with the Soviet Union. If ICBMs were going to fly, they'd fly over the top. Ice wasn't stopping anything, except maybe your hopes and dreams. That meant real military bases, not fur trading huts or cute supply shacks. Think Pituffik Space Base, formerly the Thule Air Base, just 947 miles from the North Pole. Today, it has about 150 troops. During the Cold War, try 6,000. And it was built by a construction army of 10,000. Geopolitical anxiety means dropping a small city on the ice. But Arctic bases need to be resupplied by sea. And with nuclear annihilation in the air, nobody wanted their ships doing Franklin-style reenactments. You don't want to have a battleship stuck in the ice for 2 years. It's awkward. So the US and Russia invested in icebreakers. The Soviets won that race with the nuclear-powered Lenin launched in 1957. Today, it's a retirement home for Cold War flexing. The US had icebreakers, but they ran on diesel-electric. Not exactly intimidating. Then the Soviets tossed Sputnik into orbit in 1957. The US reacted like someone had installed a satellite above every garage. Cue the USS Nautilus, the world's first nuclear submarine, and America's technological comeback kid. It was Eisenhower's counterpunch, a symbolic America has gadgets too kind of punch. So he launched Operation Sunshine, send a nuclear submarine where no ship had ever gone, under the North Pole. The Nautilus left Connecticut on August 19, 1957, 2 months before Sputnik, ready to flex American engineering. But the Arctic responded with its usual warmth. Ice too thick, go home. The sub had to tap out and wait a year. Embarrassing, sure, but nobody died, so it counted as a win. On June 9, 1958, it tried again. This time from Seattle. The crew powered through the Bering Strait, and guess what? Even in peak summer, the Chukchi Sea ice said, nope, not today, not ever. The Nautilus slunk off to Pearl Harbor to rethink its life choices and maybe take a long, hot shower. But Commander William Anderson had a little bit of that Perry dog in him, the stubborn, mildly unhinged variety. He wasn't quitting just because the Arctic was being a diva. On July 23rd, he tried again. On August 1st, the sub slid under the Barrow Sea. The ice was thicker than expected. The Arctic is allergic to cooperation. Then the Nautilus had mechanical issues. Of course it did. But on August 3rd, it reached the North Pole. It was the world's coldest, most awkward victory lap under the ice. It stayed submerged for 4 more days, then surfaced off northeastern Greenland to radio Eisenhower the big message: Nautilus 90 north. America made it to the top from below. But the race to the North Pole didn't stop. Not even close. In 2007, something happened that felt straight out of 1527, if 1527 had titanium and mini-subs. 2 Russian mini-subs led by former hero of the Soviet Union and part-time Bond villain Artur Chilingorov dove 2.6 miles beneath the surface. They reached the seafloor under the North Pole and planted a titanium Russian flag. Turns out the 21st century still needed some claiming new lands cosplay. Canada's foreign minister told Russia to stop LARPing as conquistadors. Why all the drama? Because the race still wasn't over. The same ice that once swallowed Franklin and half of Victorian England's optimism is melting fast. In September of 2024, Arctic sea ice averaged 1.69 million square miles. The 1981 to 2010 average was 2.4 million. Mother Nature clicked defrost. Melting ice means brand new shipping lanes, ones that could change world trade. Imagine China and Russia casually bypassing the Suez Canal and avoiding every US Navy choke point from the Strait of Malacca. And under all that melting ice, oil, gas, and rare earths, the trifecta. It's basically the world's most inconvenient treasure chest. So the 8 Arctic states started circling like kids fighting over the last slice of pizza. Who owns Hans Island? Canada or Denmark? Does the Lomonosov Bridge belong to Denmark, Russia, or Canada? Whoever wins, drills. And now the US and Canada have beef too, Arctic beef. They both claim the Beaufort Sea. They both claim the Northwest Passage. Canada wants to limit ship traffic to slow climate change. The US wants not that. The North Pole started as a fever dream, a frozen fantasy people literally died chasing. But some of that fantasy, it's starting to look real. The next time you hear about a scientific mission to the North Pole, there's probably another motive lurking underneath. Just like the dangers that are always hiding beneath the ice. The flags may be different, but the race never stopped. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. Really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time on MatPack. Though often called the Bermuda Triangle's little cousin, the Alaska Triangle is probably better considered the big cousin. Covering a vast region that links Anchorage, Juneau, and Utqiagvik, this eerie expanse has witnessed over 20,000 disappearances since the 1970s, averaging a staggering 2,250 vanishings each year. That's more than 6 per day and far exceeds the Bermuda Triangle's infamous track record. So, what's going on here? Could it be the pull of unexplained magnetic forces? The work of extraterrestrial beings? A shroud of political intrigue? Or is it just the harsh wilderness, unpredictable weather conditions, and rugged terrain, combined with the unholy vastness and remoteness that famously characterize Alaska? Today, we'll be looking at why so many people steer clear of Alaska, other than the cold, and how, though such an empty and inhospitable place, it came to be known at all. Alaska's name is derived from the Aleut word Alyeska, meaning the Great Land, and the name is fitting. Covering an area of around 665,000 square miles, Alaska is the largest state in the USA. It's so massive, it's equal in size to 1/5 of the rest of the USA. To put that into perspective, if you placed Alaska over a map of the lower 48 states, it would stretch all the way from Georgia to California. And of the almost 12,300 miles of coastline in the entire US, around 6,600 of them, over 50%, belong to Alaska. Alaska is about as unknown to humans as the world's oceans. Despite having over 365 million acres, human civilization has only settled 160,000 acres of it. That's less than 1/20th of 1% of the state, making it almost completely undiscovered. Alaska is truly the last great wilderness in the United States. The state so big that even if you could see 1 million acres of it every day, it would still take you a year to see the whole thing. So what's actually in Alaska if there's so little human settlement? First of all, mountains. Alaska is an extremely rugged and mountainous territory. It boasts 17 of the 20 highest mountains in the US, including North America's tallest peak, Mount McKinley, which stands at over 20,200 feet high. Alaska's mountains compose 3 main ranges: the Brooks Range, the Alaska Range, and the Aleutian Range, which stretches out far into the Pacific Ocean. Below and between these mountain ranges lie dense forests, glaciers, and tundra, a kind of biome where tree growth is hindered by freezing temperatures and short growing seasons. Alaska is also a land of many lakes and rivers. The state has 40% of the United States' water resources within its bounds. The 86,000 square mile area of Alaska that is covered by water could fit the city of Los Angeles 183 times, or Minnesota once. Of the 3 million natural lakes to be found in Alaska, around 3,200 are officially named. Its 12,000 rivers taken all together run a total of 365,000 miles through the landscapes, and less than 1%, or around 3,100 miles of these, are officially designated as wild and scenic. And that's just the liquid water. As for the frozen kind, well, it just so happens that 5% of Alaska, or 29,000 square miles of it, sits under glaciers. We're talking about around 100,000 glaciers. That's over half of all of the glaciers the world over. As a state that is far more wild than tame, the Alaska State Park System is the largest in the United States by far. with 3.2 million acres to its name. And the Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve in Alaska, covering 13.2 million acres, is the biggest national park in the country and can fit Yellowstone in it 6 times over. And so, unsurprisingly, the biggest state park in the United States, Wood-Tikchik State Park, is also in Alaska. Comprising 1.6 million acres of wilderness, the park is over 8 times the size of New York City. With such quantities of frozen and flowing water, and the tundras and high mountains making up Alaska's geography, it is characterized by what can only be called an extreme climate and environment. In North America, Alaska ranks easily among the highest on the list of places prone to extreme weather. Temperatures in the winter can go as low as 60 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, or 26 below zero Celsius. It's one of the many barriers Alaska poses to permanent and even temporary human settlement. You'd be forgiven for thinking, well, that's just the winter, half the year. Doesn't it warm up later? But unfortunately, in Alaska, the cold obeys other laws than what most of us come to expect as normal. The effects of the cold temperatures influence the Alaskan environment throughout the year. An impressive 85% of Alaska is covered by permafrost, permanently frozen ground. Some of the top surface of the permafrost does thaw and freeze periodically with the seasonal variation in sunlight, and that, as we'll see later, is for us another place where problems start. It'll make some sense then that Alaska has an extremely small human population, given such climatic conditions, but the same doesn't go for wildlife. Most of America's salmon, crab, halibut, and herring come from Alaska. And while grizzly bears in the lower 48 states have been considered a threatened species since 1975, there's no such problem in Alaska, where there's over 32,000 grizzlies. In the whole of the lower 48 states, there are fewer than 2,000 bears remaining, while in Alaska, there's 1 grizzly bear for every 21 people. Alaska isn't just defined by its geographical enormity or its astounding wildlife. What truly sets it apart is its emptiness. Despite its massive size and natural wonders, Alaska feels almost untouched, with astonishingly little human settlement dotting its vast, rugged landscapes. This state, the biggest in the US by far in physical size, is one of the smallest when considering its human population. There are only around 730,000 people living in Alaska, almost 500,000 less than the population of Rhode Island, the smallest US state. The population density of Alaska is 1 person per square mile, making Alaska the state with easily the lowest population density of all the others. By comparison, the average for the rest of the nation is 98 people per square mile. The density of Wyoming, a notoriously empty state, is still 6 times higher than that of Alaska. Statistically speaking, this makes Alaska one of the loneliest and emptiest places for a human to live in. While the population density gives us an average of how few humans there are in the whole state, the reality is even more extreme. Over 80% of people living in Alaska live in urban areas, and of these, most live in just a few cities: Anchorage, Fairbanks, and Juneau, the capital of Alaska. And though these are technically cities, their populations pale in comparison to the great American cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. In California, there are 258 cities larger than Juneau, and for Californians, most of these cities are towns, neighborhoods even. In fact, only 3 settlements in Alaska are home to more than 10,000 people. Just under 40% of Alaskans live in Anchorage, the largest city in Alaska, and a little under 9% of Alaskans live in Juneau and Fairbanks, meaning that around half of Alaskans live in these 3 cities. If it's starting to seem like a lonely place, this is just the tip of the iceberg. What makes Alaska even more remote and isolated is just how inaccessible it is. A great number of its cities and towns can only be reached by boat or plane. This is the case for Juneau, the only capital in the US that isn't accessible by car. And the roads themselves in Alaska are remarkably few and far between. In fact, there are only 17,000 miles of roads in Alaska. Ranked among other US states, only New Hampshire, Vermont, Delaware, Rhode Island, Hawaii, and the District of Columbia have fewer road miles than Alaska. By comparison, Texas, the second largest state in the US, has the most road miles of any state, clocking in at over 650,000 miles. California, the third biggest state, comes in second place with just under 400,000 road miles. The United States has a total of 8.4 million road miles, of which only 0.4% are on Alaskan territory. This means that Alaska, despite the enormous area it covers, is one of the most inaccessible places on the planet. And this isn't exactly done by choice. In fact, the climate, remote location, and low population of Alaska pose road construction and maintenance problems that simply don't exist at lower latitudes. As an Alaskan saying goes, in Alaska, there are only 3 seasons: winter, breakup, and road construction. Stay tuned, and you'll find out why in just a moment. Alaskans are therefore forced to use airplanes, seaplanes, and boats for transportation and shipping. Even though the weather often makes this a laborious task, it means that a lot of the Alaskan summer is spent importing produce to sustain the population during the winter months, where shipping and transport are reduced once more by the forces of nature. In fact, the world's largest and busiest seaplane base is Anchorage's Lake Hood, where more than 600 takeoffs and landings occur daily on peak summer days. This does include tourists, happy to enjoy life in Alaska for a short and comfortable summer window. Beyond the meager network of roads in Alaska, another facet of its inaccessibility is just how far away it is from the majority of humans on the American continent. While Alaska borders on Canada, those parts of Canada aren't exactly the most populous Canadian provinces either. Then there's Alaska's distance from the American mainland. The state is only 240 miles closer to New York than it is to Tokyo, which is around 3,500 miles away, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. It's a 2-hour and 20-minute flight from Juneau to Seattle, and over 6 hours of flying to get to San Francisco. By comparison, it's a 3-hour 50-minute flight from London to Istanbul, crossing all of Europe. The scarcity of human life in Alaska today is especially remarkable when you consider its deep roots in human history. Archaeologists believe that Alaska was among the first lands in the Americas to be settled, with human presence dating back tens of thousands of years. Early migrants are thought to have crossed into Alaska from Eurasia, either via an ancient ice bridge or by primitive boats. It's also believed that humans made themselves a permanent home in Alaska back in those times, with new evidence regularly surfacing to reinforce this theory. The ancient fish traps called wares that were found in recent years on the Alaskan coast suggest that humans did indeed establish permanent societies there as far back as 10,000 years ago. So why do so few people live in Alaska today? And also, why have some people, for tens of thousands of years now, chosen it for a home in the first place? As you'll soon find out, it may not be such a bad thing that Alaska is so remote, since the discipline, will, and survival skills required to get there are the surest test of who can survive in the state long enough to call it home. Let's start with how the first Alaskans got to what is now, a long time later, the 49th state. For a long time, archaeologists assumed that humans first crossed into North America 13,000 years ago over what they called the Bering Land Bridge, a sheet of ice that extended from modern-day eastern Russia to Alaska during the last glacial period, which lasted from around 35,000 to 70,000 years ago when the Holocene, our current interglacial period, began. Archaeological evidence suggests that early Eurasian migrants didn't just stop in Alaska. They embarked on an extraordinary journey, crossing ice bridges and rugged mountains to settle the inland wilderness of North America. From there, they ventured further, pushing southward toward the equator. The remains of ancient settlements and artifacts discovered along the American coasts offer compelling clues, painting a picture of determination and adaptability in the face of a harsh and untamed landscape. If the first Alaskans lived on the coasts, the traces they might have left went underwater long ago. Since at the end of the last glacial period, the Earth warmed significantly. A lot of ice melted and sea levels rose by about 200 feet, or 60 meters, leaving any possible evidence of human coastal settlements completely submerged. Today, the classic story of a land migration across ice and mountains is evolving. New evidence and innovative theories suggest that the earliest Eurasian migrants may have taken a different route entirely. Instead of crossing vast inland wilderness, these pioneers may have hugged the Pacific coastline, island hopping along the biodiverse kelp forests that thrive in the cool, rocky waters. Stretching from Japan to Baja California, this underwater highway of life could have provided food, shelter, and resources, offering an easier and more sustainable path into the Americas. In this way, our earliest American ancestors dispersed and settled along the American coast, going all the way down to the south coast of Chile. The earliest evidence we have of a crossing is around 13,000 years ago, with successive migrations occurring over the next 7,000 years. To understand this sudden movement of humans, it's important to keep in mind that the warming globe combined with the retreat of glaciers made for a huge explosion of life. Flora and fauna spread rapidly over newly uncovered coastlines, offering an unimaginable amount of resources to our hunter-gatherer ancestors. When considering how many of these early migrants chose to stay in Alaska, it's worth keeping your mind open to just how flourishing and plentiful Alaska might have been back then. Insect evidence from the start of our current epoch, the Holocene, indicates that Alaska was still a hell of a cold place back then, at least for us. We have no way of knowing how well humans coming out of the interglacial period dealt with the cold, but it's safe to assume they did so a little better than we do now. So, Alaska was and remains a much colder place relative to the lower latitudes most of us live in. Average temperatures in the interior range from 45 to 75 degrees Fahrenheit or 7 to 23 degrees Celsius in summer, and about 20 to 10 below Fahrenheit or 6 to 23 below in winter. That being said, in the summer, it isn't rare that temperatures reach into the 90s or 32 degrees plus Celsius, or that in the winter, they drop all the way down to the 60s below zero, or 51 below 0 Celsius. Besides the extraordinary temperature range this is, to most of us, these numbers are quite literally unimaginable. But if you can prepare yourself adequately for the Alaskan cold, it can offer you a few unique advantages. First off is food storage. Alaska, for any resourceful individual or tribe, is as plentiful as any other place. Today, Alaska produces 60% of the United States' commercial fisheries, including salmon, crab, cod, groundfish, shrimp, herring, sablefish, pollock, and halibut. It was no less bountiful long ago, with natives getting much of their sustenance from these same fish, while also hunting and feasting on seals, moose, elk, and other game, and using their remarkable knowledge of plants to gather up the huge variety of nutritious flora in their surroundings. Now, with temperatures regularly dropping below freezing, food can be stored for almost indefinite periods of time in Alaska. Alaskans have long leveraged their unique environmental advantage to sustain their way of life. In a land where cold temperatures dominate, preserving food stock is far less labor-intensive than in the warmer climates of lower latitudes, where heat spoils food quickly, and refrigeration costs soar. For generations, the natural refrigeration provided by Alaska's frigid environment has made the process of sustenance and food preservation not just more efficient, but a key part of thriving in such a rugged landscape. Impossible to ignore, though, is the severe cold that sets in on Alaska each winter, when sunlight ranges from scarce to non-existent. The town of Barrow, at the northern tip of Alaska, has a prolonged polar night that starts in November, which means entire months without a single ray of sunlight, the most important source of heat there is. The average year in Barrow has temperatures varying from 19 below 0 Fahrenheit or 28 below Celsius to 47 degrees Fahrenheit or 8 degrees Celsius, with the coldest temperature on record clocked at 56 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit or 48 below 0 Celsius on February 3, 1924. While this may sound terrifying, Native Alaskan tribes, as well as people currently living there, have grown used to having a sufficient stock of dry wood, ready to burn all winter. And besides the simple fact that food can be stored for so long in Alaska, there's the effect of seasonal daylight on the yield of crops and other vegetation. Because of where Alaska sits on the Earth's axis of rotation, summer days there generally peak with around 20 hours of daylight. And some northern towns like Barrow have a long, luminous summer that follows the endless night of winter. On May 10th, the sun rises and then hangs in the sky for 3 months. The effect of this on vegetation is remarkable. Common vegetables can grow to enormous proportions and often end up with a much sweeter taste than crops from lower latitudes. In recent years, a 138-pound cabbage, a 65-pound cantaloupe, and a 35-pound broccoli have ranked among some of the finest prizes. So, for those that can prepare adequately for Alaskan winters, the benefit isn't merely that agricultural produce and gathered foods can be stored longer. It's also the foods themselves, which grow to fantastical volumes and possess high nutritional values. While Alaska's extreme swings in temperature and daylight might seem daunting, the real danger lies elsewhere. Here, it's not the predictable extremes that pose the greatest threat. It's the unpredictable that truly makes Alaska a land of risk and wonder. And what that means primarily in Alaska is the day-to-day weather. Although it might be more like minute by minute. The variation in weather patterns in Alaska is common, severe, and sudden. Now, let's talk about Alaska's road networks, or the lack thereof. Even if Alaska had millions of residents demanding highways, travel by boat or plane would still reign supreme. Why? Because permafrost, which blankets a staggering 80% of Alaska, makes building infrastructure a Herculean task. Roads and buildings here don't just sit still. They shift, sink, and crack as the ground below freezes and thaws with the seasons. It's a constant battle against nature, where the land itself refuses to stay put. Add on to this the cost of shipping building materials that far north and paying the laborers a living wage, and you have the reason why there are so few roads in Alaska. Keep in mind, Alaska's small population comes with unique challenges. The demand for essential goods is relatively low compared to other states, but the cost of importing those goods, thanks to Alaska's vast distances and remote locations, is extraordinarily high. Alaska's soaring cost of living makes it one of the most expensive states to call home. While the population has fluctuated with the discovery of oil and gas, the fishing industry boom, and other natural resource-driven opportunities, the overall trend of migration into Alaska has remained largely unchanged since humans first ventured there. It's unlikely that this will shift dramatically anytime soon. As a result, don't expect Alaska's road system to ever resemble the interconnected highways of the lower 48 states. Here, the wilderness reigns, and the infrastructure reflects that reality. To truly grasp the magnitude of building roads in Alaska, let's look at the Alaska Highway, a feat of engineering built in 1942 by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. This wasn't just any road project. It required an army of 11,000 soldiers and engineers, 16,000 civilians, and 7,000 pieces of equipment. The final cost was a staggering $185 million in 1942, the equivalent of over $3.5 billion today, making it the costliest infrastructure project of the Second World War. And for all that money invested, the highway didn't even cut that far into Alaska. It connected Dawson Creek, British Columbia, Canada, to Delta Junction, Alaska, at the 64th parallel. Alaska reaches all the way up into the 71st parallel, well inside the Arctic Circle. And today, at only 80 years of age, the Alaska Highway is already suffering heavily from degradation and disrepair, thanks to the harsh Alaskan climate and the scarcity of resources and funding to maintain it. There's more to Alaska's population challenges than just its harsh environment. While natural causes, like the extreme cold, isolation, and rugged terrain, play a significant role, the relationship between culture and environment has been equally important in shaping Alaska's history of population and depopulation. Over the centuries, this dynamic has influenced how communities adapt, thrive, or move on, revealing a complex relationship between the land's demands and human resilience. While one culture can deal with and incorporate a problem, Another can find it a good reason to flee and never return. Anthropologists guess that around 80,000 people lived in Alaska by the time of contact with Europeans, which began in the mid-1700s. From then on, a sharp drop in population occurred, and the numbers didn't return to their pre-contact level until World War II. Although the native populations never fully recovered. The reason for the sharp drop was primarily the surge of epidemics and violence which contact with Europeans brought on the native Alaskan populations. The Anthropocene, the epoch where humans became the dominant force shaping the planet's environments and climate, is often traced back to the 13th and 14th centuries with the wave of European colonizations. This global expansion didn't just alter landscapes. It brought profound and often devastating changes to local cultures, flora, and fauna across the world. While reliable census data for Alaska's population, before its purchase by the United States in 1867, is scarce, the first official American census in 1880 paints a stark picture. Just over 33,400 people called this vast land home. To put that in perspective, that meant a population density of 0.005 people per square mile, or a staggering 20 square miles per person. Compare that to today's figure of roughly 1 person per square mile, and you begin to grasp just how empty and untamed Alaska was in its early days under American control. Now, as just mentioned, Alaska was a Russian territory until 1867, when the Tsar sold the territory to the US for $7.2 million. The Russians, unable or unwilling to manage such a huge swath of remote land, wanted to be sure Alaska wouldn't fall under Japanese hands. They needed an ally to occupy the territory instead. The Americans purchased Alaska for similar reasons, as a point of strategic defense. From that point on, America has had bases and a military presence in Alaska, and today, Alaska serves as a critical point in America's nuclear missile defense system. In 1935, the American Brigadier General Billy Mitchell affirmed of Alaska under oath before Congress that it was, quote, the most strategic place on Earth. Alaska is the closest U.S. location to the center of the Northern Hemisphere, and it is far closer to many national capitals than most points in the lower 48 states. In that sense, it turns into kind of an advantage for Alaska to be relatively one of the most unpopulated. It might also explain why migration there has never been encouraged outside of economic contexts. Within 20 years of that first 1880 census, the population would double in Alaska, rising to around 63,600 people by 1900. When the gold rush of 1896 to 1897 was over, and by which time Alaska had become world famous. In 1896, a massive flood of settlers called Klondikers poured into Alaska, heading north for the Klondike region looking to make their fortunes in a time of serious economic depression. Of the 100,000 people who made the attempt simply to get to the Klondike region, only 30,000 made it. The rest turned back or died along the way. This was because most Klondikers were massively unprepared for the hardship and fight against nature that awaited them, having no idea what they were getting into. One of the Klondikers, or Stampeders as they were called, who was drawn to Alaska in that period was 21-year-old Jack London, who would later become a great American novelist. He had just dropped out of college to make his living as a writer, and arrived in Alaska with his brother-in-law and a haphazard crew on July 25, 1897. London was threadbare, gaunt, nearly starving, and hoping, like the other Klondikers, to fill his pockets in an Alaskan gold mine. And also like the other Klondikers, what London found instead turned out to be quite the surprise, and would furnish him with the materials to make one of the greatest American literary careers. By August 2nd of the same year, London arrived in Juneau. 3 days later, he was in Skagway, having paddled his way up there with 5 tons of supplies. This was where the reality of the frontier started to sink in, with London witnessing the horror of what was going on in the Alaskan hinterlands. In Skagway,
London was forced to come to terms with the White Pass Trail, which from Skagway wound up into the rugged interior and the Klondike. The conditions he witnessed left him with an impression of the brutality on the Alaskan frontier like few of us will ever know, and this would form the basis of some of his most well-known literary works. Originally designed for lightly loaded horses and experienced horsemen, Dead Horse Trail was torn to bits by the unmanageable traffic, the brutal inhumanity of the stampeders, and the general inexperience and carelessness of all involved. At one point, while hauling over 100 pounds of supplies up a treacherous mountain slope, Jack London spotted a pair of shoes poking out of the snow. Thinking little of it, he tugged at them, only to discover they were still attached to a man, buried alive by an avalanche just minutes earlier. This was on the Chilkoot Trail, a path notorious for its avalanche risks, which of course many stampeders ignored completely. On April 3, 1898, the famous Palm Sunday avalanche occurred on the Chilkoot Trail, killing 65 people. Native packers had warned the stampeders of the notorious avalanche risk on the trail in the springtime, but the stampeders, with their minds set on gold, ignored these warnings as they ignored just about everything else. By the end of London's ordeal a year later, he was almost entirely crippled from the waist down due to scurvy. He ate his first vegetables in over a year in Anvik on his way out, and by the end of June, he was on the Bering Sea, shoveling coal on a steamer to pay his way out. Jack London returned to San Francisco with just $4.50 worth of gold to his name. Yet what he brought back was far more valuable, a wealth of memories, trials, and life experiences that would forge him into one of the great American writers of his time. Alaska asks a high price from those who wish to make it their home, even for a little while. Higher still for those who think they can afford to be negligent of surrounding society and natural environments. The reward can be tremendous, but the cost can easily be your life. In Alaska, survival always comes first. The pursuit of gold or fortune can wait. Preparedness is an acquired instinct that no Alaskan takes lightly, and for good reason. Let's explore just a few of the challenges that keep your average Alaskan on their toes, and why, quite simply, most people think twice about moving to this rugged, unforgiving land. The avalanche risks in Alaska are high, with 170 avalanche deaths there from 1951 to 2023. While Colorado has more avalanche deaths, with 323 avalanche deaths in the same period, it's important to remember that most avalanches are caused by humans. There are nearly 6 million people in Colorado, with millions of tourists coming every winter for the ski season. Compare that to Alaska, and you'll realize that lack of loose and melting snow is not what keeps the avalanche count in Alaska lower than Colorado's. Then, from avalanches in the winter, you get landslides and erosions in the summer. And with the melting ice each spring, flooding always follows, whether on the coast or in the rivers. Ice jams are also frequent. This is where ice blocks up a river until there is a large enough mass of water to push it all past the dam, resulting in what is, in effect, a tidal wave over the river flats. What's more, with Alaska's thousands of glaciers, glacial outbursts occur frequently, where the dam holding together a glacial lake bursts and the whole body of water suddenly pours off into the valleys below. This was the case on August 6, 2024, when the Mendenhall River near Juneau rose 16 feet, or nearly 5 meters, above its normal level near Auk Bay, all because of a glacial lake outburst flood in Suicide Basin on the Mendenhall Glacier. And with the warming climate, these problems aren't going away. Glacial lake outburst floods, uncommon on Mendenhall River in the past, have since 2011 increased dramatically in regularity, with Suicide Basin producing a glacial lake outburst flood every year since. Even if we ignore the sudden calamity posed by glacial outbursts, the high groundwater imposed by glaciation and glacial melt year-round in Alaska can severely affect coastal communities, from flooding to contamination and buildup of pollutants to quickened infrastructural decay. Another very important reason why Alaska is so uncommonly chosen as a place to live is that it sits on 3 fault systems. So saying Alaska is seismically active would be putting it lightly. Between 2013 and 2018, there were around 150 100,000 earthquakes, 31 of which had magnitudes of 6 or higher. Alaska is not a place you come to if you're scared the ground beneath you might give way. Alaskans have to deal with fault ruptures, seismic shaking, and landslides. It also has to deal with liquefaction. This is when seismic disruptions cause water-saturated sediment to lose its strength and act like a fluid, ruining any infrastructure that happens to stand on it and putting lives in great peril. What's especially terrifying is that landslides and earthquakes in Alaska, when large enough, can actually trigger tsunamis as well. At 5:36 p.m. local time on March 27, 1964, an earthquake of magnitude 9.2 occurred in the Prince William Sound region of Alaska. The Pacific Plate lurched northward underneath the North American Plate, slipping in some places as much as 60 feet. It lasted 4.5 minutes, and to this day, is still the second largest earthquake ever recorded. In fact, the earthquake was so large that the whole Earth rang like a bell, and modern instruments recorded vibrations that had no precedence whatsoever. The earthquake spawned thousands of aftershocks, hundreds of landslides, huge submarine landslides, and scores of other secondary effects. The most serious of these were the tsunamis triggered, which caused fatalities and other damages all the way down in Oregon and California. But this was nothing compared to what some coastal Alaskan communities like Whittier, Valdez, Seward, and Chenega faced. Within minutes of the earthquake starting, tsunamis flooded some areas as high as 170 feet above sea level. Within 4 minutes of the earthquake, a 65-foot wave barreled into Chenega, killing a third of its population. All in all, the earthquake resulted in 129 fatalities sustained and billions of dollars in property losses. Alaska's dangers are countless: extreme weather, wildfires, volcanic eruptions, and limited search and rescue capabilities. Add to that the constant threat of losing critical infrastructure, power, communications, water systems, and clinics, or facing facility failures like collapsing bridges, washed-out roads, and hazardous spills. Every Alaskan knows these risks intimately. Why? Because here, the #1 rescue resource is yourself. Unlike the lower 48, there's no guarantee of outside help. It's you versus the wild. And fundamentally, this is why there are so few people living in Alaska. As we've seen, Alaska is a land of paradoxes. At once, one of the most inhospitable places in the world, and one of the most bountiful. It's a place where some find their true strength, resilience, and a self-reliant way of life, and where others find a cold, hard end. So, though Alaska will likely never have swaths of humans flocking to it again, as they have repeatedly done so over the ages, it will certainly hold a certain awe over us. It will continue to draw those of us who are tempted and taunted by the wildlife out into its enormous wilderness to see if we have what it takes. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. It really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time on MatPack. The world is huge, but somehow we've turned it into a global conveyor belt, moving bananas, iPhones, and toilet paper across oceans like it's nothing. But have you noticed ships all follow the same watery highways? None of them ever take the northern shortcut. Why? Polar bears? Titanic PTSD? The truth is somewhere in between. Imagine cutting the distance between London and Shanghai by a third. Sounds good, right? Welcome to the Northeast Passage, or as Russia calls it, the Northern Sea Route. Obviously, it renamed the part it owns. Russia's slice runs between the Kara and Bering Straits, an icy stretch of ocean so bleak it makes Siberia look like a vacation ad. Before you make your next Amazon order expecting it to cruise through here, read the fine print. Sky-high insurance premiums? Just the tip of the iceberg. And yes, that's still a problem. Ice, storms, and engines that hate the cold. Ships crawl, metal snaps, and captains age 10 years on a voyage. Not exactly prime delivery territory. So Why risk it? The route's a centuries-old temptation. Like every dad on a cross-country drive, the myth of a perfect shortcut is too hard to resist. It's dragged explorers north for generations, and left more than a few frozen souvenirs behind. Europeans hit the Cape of Good Hope in 1488, a breakthrough for trade, a nightmare for anyone who hated sea travel. It opened a direct route to India, China, and the Spice Islands, skipping the overpriced Silk Road middlemen. But the route itself? Brutal. They called it the Cape of Storms for a reason. Monster waves, screaming winds, voyages so long, sailors practically retired mid-trip. For centuries after, explorers hunted for something better, a shortcut through the frozen north. Most didn't find it. Most didn't come back. The map said, "Here be dragons." The Arctic added, "Bring a coat." No one cracked the Northwest Passage, not until 1903. That's when Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen decided he had a death wish. It took him 3 brutal years. Most people can't commit to a gym membership that long. The ice was thick, the route was worse, and the Arctic didn't exactly roll out a welcome mat. That's when Russia saw its opening. With more Arctic experience and frostbite than anyone, it turned east towards the Northeast Passage. Early voyages proved it could be done, just. By the late 1500s, explorers were pushing farther north, mapping new ground and freezing their names into history. But optimism didn't last long. Like the Northwest Passage, this route is pure misery. A gauntlet of ice, storms, and regret. Russia, meanwhile, had its eye on something bigger, Siberia. So it pulled back, shut the door, and kept the snow globe to itself. A preview of things to come. By the 1600s, Russia had gone full possessive toddler over its Arctic frontier. Paranoid about rivals in Siberia, it slammed the door on foreign explorers. But someone still had to chart the place. Enter the Cossacks. Tough, stubborn, and probably regretting their life choices. The route was technically possible, just also miserable. Skip ahead a couple of centuries. 1878. Finnish explorer and part-time Russian intern Adolf Erik Nordenskjöld finally made it through on the Vega expedition. It was the first full crossing of the Northeast Passage. Not exactly smooth sailing though. His ship froze solid for almost a year, like that burrito stuck at the back of my freezer. When the Vega finally broke free and hit open water, it didn't need to swing around Africa anymore. The shortcut was real, and the suffering. But there was competition. Just 20 years earlier, the Suez Canal had opened to global fanfare. The canal was a cheat code for global trade. No need to hack through ice packs. No need to gamble your hull or your life on the trip around Africa. Let's talk numbers. You're hauling oil or gas from the Persian Gulf to Northern Europe. Brave choice. And hey, I'm not judging. I make videos for the internet. But if you're the captain and you pick the Cape of Good Hope route, your crew is gonna have opinions. The polite ones will wait till you're off the bridge. The rest, you'll hear them. That route, over 13,000 miles around Africa, complete with storms, pirates, and a whole lot of heat. It's the ocean's greatest hits. Modern ships can muscle through it in about 24 days. Back in Nordenskjöld's time, try months of boredom and slowly realizing the ocean hates you. But if the ship went through the Suez Canal, take off 5,500 miles and a full 10 days. That's the difference between a voyage and a vacation. The Vega's crew pulled off a huge feat of navigation at the wrong time. A few decades earlier, they'd be heroes. By the late 1800s, participation trophy winners. Their icy shortcut was already obsolete. The Suez Canal had changed the rules. Why fight ice when you could cruise through Egypt and work on your tan? And then it got worse. In 1914, a new canal entered the scene, this time in Panama. Before it, ships had to brave something even nastier than the Cape of Good Hope, South America's revenge arc, Cape Horn. There's an old saying from the age of sail: below 40 degrees south, there is no law. Below 50, there's no God. Cape Horn, 55 degrees south, smack in the middle of furious 50s. The winds don't blow here, they attack. Cape Horn averages 51 miles an hour and 25 feet on a good day. A bad one? Take your chances with a kraken or something. But ships don't need to face it anymore. The Panama Canal cut the New York-Los Angeles route from 14,000 miles to 5,700 miles. Geography officially hacked. But progress came with a body count. Thousands of workers died digging the canals while investors cashed in. Thousands of workers were killed. Today, 15% of global trade moves through the Suez, another 5 to 6% through Panama, and 40% of all U.S. containers rely on them. Two man-made ditches holding the world economy hostage. But Russia never stopped staring north. The Northeast Passage wasn't dead, it was just cryogenically frozen. The canals didn't kill the dream, they just hit pause. And don't know if you've noticed, but Moscow's not great at letting things go. As good as the Suez is, a working Arctic route would change everything. Shorter routes, cheaper fuel, more control. It's like finding a new cheat code for the planet. Except it's covered in ice and occasionally tries to kill you. Think about this. A voyage from Murmansk, Russia to Yokohama, Japan, normally around 14,800 miles, and that's with the Suez Canal. With the Arctic route, 6,600 miles, a 44.9% discount, courtesy of Mother Nature's sketchiest neighborhood. And it gets better, or worse. Depends on your sense of adventure. The Japan-Europe route around Russia, 10 days. The Suez, 22. The Cape, 29. The Northeast Passage even comes with a green stamp. Fewer miles, less fuel, less pollution. Ships spend less time choking the planet. Eco-friendly capitalism, the best kind. But the Northern Sea Route isn't a magic shortcut. Go too far south and it stops being worth it. A trip to Shanghai, you'd only save 2 days compared to the Suez. Singapore, no time saved at all. The ice doesn't care about your shipping schedule. But skipping the Suez isn't just about saving time at sea, it's about having options, especially when everyone else is stuck in line. In 2021, the Ever Given pulled off the world's worst parallel parking job. Strong winds shoved the ship sideways in the Suez Canal. And since it was a big boy, it blocked the whole canal. Traffic jam, but if it was, as you know, on water. For 6 days, global trade hit pause. Hundreds of ships stuck waiting. Some had to go full retro and sail around the Cape of Good Hope like it was 1699. By the time it got free and the captain updated his LinkedIn page, the damage was done. The cost to the global economy, $400 million every hour. Somewhere, an accountant cried. Then came 2023. Another ship ran aground in the Suez. Didn't block the channel this time, but it still took 3 tugboats to yank it free. And the hits just kept coming. By the end of 2023, the Suez had a new problem. Too few ships. No one wanted to risk becoming a floating fireball. Houthis in Yemen decided to turn the Red Sea into a personal shooting gallery with drones and anti-ship missiles. You know, fun stuff. And in case you forgot geography, that's the same Red Sea the Suez Canal feeds into. Suddenly, ships were asking, is that blip on the radar getting closer? And that's one question you really don't want the answer to be yes. Plus, there were always the background risks. This stretch of water has history, the messy kind. Remember the war here in 1956? Or the unrest in Egypt between 2011 and 2014? The Suez Canals had more turbulence than a budget airline. So putting all your eggs in this basket, Russia says that's not smart. Betting on this region to stay calm forever is, well, optimistic. Speaking of optimism, if you like the map deep dives, make sure to hit that subscribe button. I've already mapped out your guilt trip, if you don't. So what about the Panama Canal? Well, that place... Perhaps it's no surprise that life in the frozen Alaskan wilderness can be a little crazy, but we bet you don't know half of what makes Alaska so unique and strange. From moose getting you in trouble with your boss to the state's surprising largest export, we're going to share 50 facts about Alaska that you won't believe are true. Fact number 50. Anchorage, Alaska had the 4 most diverse census tracts in the entire United States, with the next 3 all coming from Queens, New York. The diversity index was over 82%, meaning if you picked two people at random in those neighborhoods, the chances they would be two different races was more than 82%. Though many outsiders think of Alaska as a quote-unquote white state, there are many Native Alaskans, Asian people, and significant Black and Pacific Islander minorities in the state. Fact number 49. Alaska has the highest percentage of Native American residents of any state in the US, with around 19.7% of the population identifying as Native. There are literally hundreds of Native dialects and cultures, with 229 federally recognized tribes within the state. The main Native cultures here are the Eyak, Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian in the southeast, the Inupiaq and St. Lawrence Island Yupik in the north, the Yupik and Kupik in the southwest, the Alutiiq and Unanga in the south-central part of the state and the Aleutian Islands, and the Athabascan people in Alaska's interior. Fact number 48. There's a town where almost everyone lives in the same apartment building. To get to Whittier, Alaska, you'll need to travel by sea or pass through a single-lane tunnel that only runs one way at a time, alternating directions throughout the day. And once you do arrive, you won't find a town full of houses. Instead, almost all 200 residents live in an old 14-story Army barracks building, now converted into apartments called Begich Towers. This might seem strange to outsiders, but locals are probably relieved that they don't have to go out and about much in the winter to brace against the brutal 60-mile-an-hour winds that come off Prince William Sound. Most of their shopping, education, and errands take place within the towers. The downside? You have almost no chance of avoiding your ex. Fact number 47. Alaska has the lowest population density of any state in the US, at around 1.3 people per square mile. That might not be too surprising, considering how massive the state is and how harsh the climate can be in many areas, but still, the scale of just how empty Alaska is can be pretty mind-blowing. To give you an idea, if the island of Manhattan in New York City had the same population density as the entire state of Alaska, only 16 people would live there, instead of the 1.6 million that currently do. Number 46. Even though Alaska is a massive state, it only has one representative in the US House of Representatives, due to its very low population. They were also known as the first state to elect a libertarian as their representative in 1978, Dick Randolph, followed by yet another libertarian representative, Andre Maru. Given that the population in Alaska only increased by nearly 2,300 people from 2023 to 2024, a difference of 0.3%, it's unlikely the state will gain another representative anytime soon. This brings us to fact number 45. Despite the sparse population, the main cities of Alaska are the largest by area in the entire United States. Coming in first is Sitka, followed by Juneau, Wrangell, and Anchorage. Sitka is just under 2,900 square miles in size, while Los Angeles, for example, is 500 square miles in size. Part of the reason Alaskan cities are so large is because of the low population density. The city and borough of Sitka contains 9,000 people, so it seemed silly to split up into a county and a city. Therefore, Alaskan cities tend to take on responsibility for a lot of land and occasional housing within a wide radius of the city center. Fact number 44. Alaska has a lopsided male-to-female ratio, the most unequal gender distribution in the entire United States. Over 52% of the state is made up of men, meaning there are 108 or 107 men for every 100 women in Alaska, depending on the source. This is in part due to the state's dominant industries, which include male-dominated professions like oil and gas, fishing, and mining. The large male population has led to the famous Alaskan phrase for women looking for a man, "The odds are good, but the goods are odd," referring to the sometimes eccentric personalities a place like Alaska can attract and cultivate. Fact number 43, the ratio of bears to people is even wilder, though thankfully humans still outnumber them. There are 21 people for each bear in Alaska, which doesn't give you the best odds when you're out and about in the wilderness. In fact, the state is also home to the largest bear in the world, the Kodiak bear, which measures up to 11 feet, 3.5 meters tall when standing up and weighs 1,500 pounds, just under 700 kilos. Fact number 42. 82% of Alaskan communities do not have highway access, meaning you can only get there by plane or boat. Not only does this make commuting hard, but it also makes access to supplies variable as well. That's why many remote Alaskan communities rely heavily on shelf-stable food, items that won't spoil quickly. In places where supplies come in by small planes or boats, just a few days of bad weather can delay deliveries, which can mean serious trouble for everyone. It's also the reason for another strange Alaskan fact. Number 41. More than 1% of people in the state have some kind of flying certification, meaning 1 in 78 people have a pilot's license. That is 6 times the number for the rest of the United States. There are over 10,000 active pilots in Alaska. That's because so many communities are only easily accessible by air. Small planes that can land on tundra, open plains, or even water are essential for delivering mail, food, medicine, and people simply getting around. Since the state is covered in forest and mountains, a lot of small planes are seaplanes that can perform water landings, which is the reason for fact number 40. Alaska has the world's largest seaplane base in Lake Hood, just outside Anchorage. You may not have even known that seaplane bases are a thing, but take a trip up to Lake Hood and you'll find about 1,000 aircraft residing there that undertake around 70,000 flights every year. In the winter, when many lakes become frozen over and water landings become impossible, they simply replace the floats at the base of the plane with skis. All in all, 16% of nationally registered float planes are contained in Lake Hood. Fact number 39. Lake Hood is only one of many, as Alaska has 3 million lakes, the most of any state. Only around 3,200 of them are named, but this doesn't mean the other ones are tiny. In fact, over 409,000 natural lakes within the state are over a hectare in size. This makes Alaska the state with the most lakes by far in the entire country. Though Minnesota may have the nickname Land of 1,000 Lakes, it only has around 14,300 lakes. Fact number 38. Alaska has the biggest coastline of any state in the nation, over 6,600 miles long. In fact, the entire contiguous United States coastline measures just under 12,400 miles, with Alaska being over half of that. The shoreline of the state, a much more precise measurement counting inlets, beaches, and islands, totals over 33,900 miles, or 47,300 if you're counting the tidal shoreline. This is partly due to the fact that the state is one massive peninsula, and partly due to Alaska's 2,670 islands, which stretch 1,200 miles into the northern Pacific Ocean. Fact number 37. Utqiagvik, formerly known as Barrow, Alaska, is the northernmost city in the United States at 71.17 degrees north latitude. Since it is high above the Arctic Circle, it experiences more than 2 months straight of polar night, 67 days in total. On the plus side, the city also receives 80 days of sunlight. That might sound fun until you're trying to go to sleep for the 7th night in a row, and not even blackout curtains can keep the rays from entering your room at 2 in the morning. Fact number 36. 1/3 of the land in Alaska lies north of the Arctic Circle, which lies at about 66 degrees 33 minutes north. Towns above this latitude experience extended periods of polar night in the winter, in addition to sub-freezing temperatures. Though there are many small communities scattered around here, including Utqiagvik, Prudhoe Bay, which is the home of another upcoming strange fact, Nome and Kotzebue, no Alaskan town above the Arctic Circle surpasses a population of 5,000 people. Fact number 35. Approximately 3 to 5% of the state is covered by glaciers, as there are 100,000 total throughout the entire state. In fact, there are more active glaciers and ice fields in Alaska than in the rest of the inhabited world. The total landmass of the glaciers is around 23,000 square miles, or approximately the area of the state of West Virginia. Fact 34. The only U.S. land ever occupied by a foreign power after the War of 1812 is in Alaska. In World War II, Japanese forces invaded the Aleutian Islands, landing on the island of Attu on June 7, 1942. U.S. forces eventually fought off the Japanese almost a year later in the Battle of Attu from May 11th to 30th, 1943. But during the occupation, the Japanese imprisoned and questioned local native Unanga people. To prevent their imprisonment, U.S. forces relocated some Unanga to duration villages, including abandoned canneries and gold mine camps, temporary settlements where they would struggle to survive during the war. Many of them had their lands dispossessed, even after the U.S. reclaimed the captured parts of the Aleutian Islands. Fact number 33. Alaska is a highly volcanic place. You may not associate this frozen northern state with volcanoes, but over 75% of the eruptions the U.S. has experienced in the last 200 years have all been in Alaska. The Aleutian Islands make up the Aleutian Arc, which is the northern boundary of the infamous Pacific Ring of Fire. As a result, Alaska has more than 100 volcanoes, and though not all of them are active, some like Mount Redoubt and Mount Spur still erupt from time to time. In fact, in March of 2025, Mount Spur was showing signs of increased activity, spewing huge plumes of steam into the atmosphere. Number 32. If earthquakes freak you out, Alaska is not the place to be. After all, volcanoes aren't the only thing associated with the Ring of Fire. Though you might associate shaking Earth with California, Alaska actually has much more seismic activity, experiencing more than 5,000 earthquakes a year. The strongest earthquake ever recorded in North America, the Good Friday earthquake, took place here in 1964, coming in at 9.2 on the Richter scale. With an epicenter in Prince William Sound, it also caused a massive tsunami. There were 139 total fatalities, most of them from the ensuing tsunami, a relatively low number for the earthquake's severity because of the low population and building density, and $400 million in property damage. That's a hefty $4.1 billion in 2025. Fact number 31. Alaska has the most public lands of any state, clocking in at around 70 million surface acres and 220 million subsurface acres, including 8 national parks: Glacier Bay, Denali, Gates of the Arctic, Katmai, Kenai Fjords, Kobuk Valley, Lake Clark, and Wrangell St. Elias. In addition, there are plenty of state parks, since the federal government owns about 61.3% of land in Alaska, with the state owning an additional 24.1%. This arrangement has protected a lot of Alaska's wilderness, boosting the state's reputation for untouched natural beauty. Number 30, perhaps not coincidentally, the state with the most public land also has the 2 largest forests in the US. The Tongass in southeast Alaska, comprising 17 million acres, and the Chugach bordering Prince William Sound, with 6.9 million acres. The Tongass is so large, it's actually bigger than each of 10 different US states and 75 countries around the world. It's a temperate Pacific rainforest, not something most people expect to find up near the Arctic Circle, and it's the largest intact rainforest of its kind in the world. Fact number 29. There's a billboard ban in Alaska. In fact, Alaska is one of only 4 states, the others are Hawaii, Vermont, and Maine, to ban billboards altogether. The law has existed since before Alaska became a state, with the territory's legislature banning highway billboards in 1949. In 1998, citizens voted 72% in favor of a law that would permanently ban billboards from the roadsides. The law says, the people of the state of Alaska find that the presence of billboards visible from Alaska's highways endanger Alaska's uniqueness and its scenic beauty. Fact number 28. Alaska is one of only 5 states that doesn't have a statewide sales tax. In fact, it doesn't even levy an individual income tax. However, some cities still impose their own sales taxes, making the average sales tax rate 1.82% across the state. It's still a pretty good deal. The state also has no estate or inheritance tax. Perhaps the lack of taxation also has to do with Alaska being quite libertarian, as we look at fact number 27. Only 37% of Alaskan voters are registered Democrats or Republicans, according to 2022 surveys. This stands in stark contrast to the rest of the US, where 48% of voters are registered Republicans and 49% are registered Democrats, totaling 97% of all voters registered with either party. Though the state tends to go red in federal elections, local politicians like Ashley Carrick say it's more of a libertarian state overall. It just happens to have more Republican libertarians than Democratic libertarians. That being said, Alaska has voted for the Republican candidate for president in every election since 1960, with the exception of re-electing President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964. However, With fact 26, Alaska is also a state full of contradictions. Though it has libertarian leanings, it's also the most federally dependent state in the Union. In 2021 alone, Alaska received the most federal funding per person at around $8,600 per capita. Part of that money is going to native lands and communities, but also a lot of money going to support infrastructure, health, and education in a place with hard-to-access communities and a very small population. Since Alaska has very low taxes, it would be almost impossible for the state to build such infrastructure with its own tax revenue. Number 25. The people of Alaska do get at least one perk from the state, though. The state government issues every resident a permanent fund dividend, a PFD, a percentage of the state's oil revenue every year. Though it fluctuates from year to year, depending on oil prices and sales, it's still a sizable amount. In 2025, it's set to be almost $1,700 per person. The PFD is such a big part of Alaskan life and budgeting that if you're traveling through the state right after the dividend has been given, you can see stores holding PFD sales. Fact number 24. The biggest produce in the country grows in Alaska. You might find that hard to believe, given that it's difficult to imagine any fresh produce growing in an icy tundra, but the long summer days in Alaska enable crops to grow to enormous sizes as the plant's photosynthesis gets overpowered. This leads to produce like 130-pound cabbages and 900-pound pumpkins winning the Alaska State Fair. Fact number 23. The biggest export in Alaska isn't oil, gold, or even seafood. What is it? Zinc. The Red Dog Mine in northwest Alaska is the largest zinc mine in the world, producing 5% of the world's entire supply every year. In 2024, approximately 1.22 billion pounds of zinc were mined from this pit. In the same year, Alaska exported $1.27 billion worth of zinc ores and concentrates, followed by $1 billion in gold, $380 million in crude oil, and $367 million in frozen fish meat. Fact number 22. Alaska doesn't have a single snake. In fact, Alaska has almost no reptiles whatsoever, with the occasional exception of sea turtles, as you won't find lizards or freshwater turtles either. Since reptiles are cold-blooded animals, meaning they can't generate their own body heat and instead take on the temperature around them, most can't survive the never-ending harsh winters of Alaska, when the environmental temperature is best described as Pluto-like. Number 21. You might think one of the benefits of living in the middle of nowhere is cheap housing. And when it comes to Alaska, you couldn't be more wrong. The cost of living is insane, especially when it comes to food and rent. According to 2021 data, Alaska has the 6th highest cost of living of any state in the US, with residents spending an average of $54,300 per year on expenses. Most food has to be imported, and transportation over big, inhospitable distances is expensive. Housing is also in limited supply in populated areas, and as for remote outposts, it turns out it's really costly to haul supplies from the middle of nowhere and build there. Unsurprisingly, average heating bills are $230 to $270 per month, 33% over the national average, and way, way higher than that during the winter months. Not to mention, fact 20. Alaska is a big oil producer, but gas is crazy expensive, and you're going to need a lot of it. The state doesn't exactly have a reliable public transportation system, and distances between not only different towns, but even houses and stores within the same town can be huge, not to mention that walking around in sub-zero temperatures and gale-force winds isn't really recommended. Part of the problem is that gas sold in Alaska is still tied to world prices, as Alaska is a relatively tiny market, so prices don't adjust that much for domestic consumption. The other problem is that almost all gas used in Alaska is refined by Marathon Petroleum, which then ends up having a monopoly on pricing. Fact number 19. Quite a few people in Alaska have a weird work schedule known as the North Slope life. The Prudhoe Bay oil field is a huge employer in Alaska and located high above the Arctic Circle at over 70 degrees latitude. Employees alternate 2 weeks on and 2 weeks off at this remote drilling site, a hitch schedule nicknamed the North Slope Life. They work 12-hour shifts every single day of the week in freezing temperatures while on site, living in buildings known as camps with fellow workers, and then spend 2 weeks relaxing at home, a hard-earned rest. Fact 18. The state flag of Alaska was designed by a 13-year-old named Benny Benson. In 1926, Alaska's territorial governor George Parks, who wanted Alaska admitted to the Union as a state, held a contest in the Alaskan school system for a state flag design. 7th grader Benny Benson submitted 2 constellations on a dark blue background, explaining the blue field is for the Alaska sky and the forget-me-not, an Alaska flower. The North Star is for the future of the state of Alaska, the most northerly in the Union. The Dipper is for the Great Bear, symbolizing strength. The flag is still in use today. Fact number 17. A lot of companies don't ship to Alaska at all. The small market in Alaska, plus the difficult logistics of getting products to inaccessible communities far away from the rest of the US, means many companies refuse to ship to the state altogether. You also won't find popular US chains like HomeGoods, Trader Joe's, Nordstrom, Pier 1, DSW, or others in Alaska at all. So it's not like you can buy those products in person either. Shipping has become such a problem that a company called Shop and Deliver was created in Anchorage. They'll ship any item to their Seattle warehouse and then get it up to Alaska for local residents, or even travel to the lower 48 to shop for items themselves. Fact number 16, it can get surprisingly hot in Alaska. The highest temperature ever recorded was 100 degrees Fahrenheit in Fort York on June 27, 1915. And that's hardly a crazy outlier. While Alaska does experience absolutely freezing winters, summer temperatures in places like Juneau and Anchorage can reach up to between 60 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Number 15. Seattle is the southernmost Alaskan city. At least, that's what many Alaskan locals say. Since Seattle is the closest big city of the lower 48, Alaskan markets sell a lot of Washington state products. In addition, a lot of Alaskans who need more complex medical treatment or bigger city hospitals fly down to Seattle for operations. Perhaps that's why people who leave Washington state are most likely to settle in Alaska of all states, and vice versa. Fact number 14. The first people to ever taste ranch dressing was a group of plumbers in Alaska. Nebraska native Steve Henson was working as a plumbing contractor up in Alaska. Since he and his team were in remote areas for long periods of time, Henson also functioned as a part-time cook. He eventually came up with an herb mix combined with buttermilk to put on the food in order to keep the men happy. And keeping the men happy was not easy. Henson once said, if they don't like something, they're as likely to throw it at the cook as they are to walk out cursing. Henson retired a few years later, moved to California, and bought a ranch he named Hidden Valley, and served the dressing in the small hotel he set up there. It was a success with customers and eventually became the ranch dressing we know and love today. Fact number 13. Dutch Harbor has been the top U.S. fishing port for 25 years in a row as of 2022. People in the Alaskan port town of Unalaska are heavily involved in the fishing industry, catching everything from Alaskan pollock to salmon. That's why the local port, Dutch Harbor, brought in 8.4 billion pounds of fish in 2022, valued at around $5.9 billion total. New Bedford, Massachusetts came in at a close second in terms of volume. Fact number 12. Dog mushing or dog sledding is Alaska's official sport. In fact, the biggest sporting event in Alaska isn't a football match or a baseball game, it's the Iditarod dog sled race. Held in March, teams cross from Anchorage to Nome using dog sleds. The race commemorates the 1925 delivery of medication to Nome via multiple dog sled teams to help the town in the midst of a diphtheria outbreak. Though now mostly limited to a tourist attraction, dog sledding was a practical form of transportation in the frozen north for hundreds of years before small planes became a thing. Number 11. 17 of the 20 highest peaks in the United States are all found in Alaska. The highest is Mount Denali, or Mount McKinley, reaching over 20,300 feet above sea level. Most of the other peaks are located in the Alaska Range and the St. Elias Mountains, and include Mount Foraker, Mount St. Elias, and Mount Bona. These giant peaks are a result of the northward moving Pacific Plate colliding into the Alaska block, which has formed an epic range of mountains in the southern part of the state. Number 10. It's easy to forget that Alaska was once Russian land until it was sold to the US for $7.2 million in 1867. But if you're walking around Sitka, the former capital of Russian America, the history is obvious. In 1799, Alexander Andreevich Baranov landed in what would become known as Old Sitka and built a Russian fort, after taking some native people hostage and then agreeing to release them in exchange for their reluctant permission to let him build. The city was named New Archangel. Remnants of Russian colonization, like St. Michael's Cathedral, the Russian Bishop's House, and the Russian Block, remain in Sitka today. Fact number 9. 40% of Alaskans live in Anchorage. That's why many locals will tell you that living in Anchorage versus living in almost any other town in Alaska are two completely different things. Anchorage provides plenty of food, entertainment, and shopping options, as well as better access to services than almost anywhere else in Alaska. As of 2023, the city has a population of just over 286,000 people. Number 8. There's a North Pole in Alaska. It's not the North Pole. Located 1,700 miles south of the real thing sits North Pole, Alaska, a festive city near Fairbanks where Christmas never ends. The town's Santa Claus house is open all year long and receives thousands of letters to Santa from around the world. It also has the world's largest fiberglass Santa and candy cane streetlights. In 2015, a man called Santa Claus was elected to the city council. Fact number 7. Alaska has the most missing people per capita of any state in the Union. Each year, there are 163.76 missing people for every 100,000 people in Alaska, with tens of thousands of disappearances over the decades. That's partly because it's very easy to get lost and die out in the Alaskan wilderness. And that's not the only horrifying crime stat in the state. Fact number 6, it's also the most popular state for serial killers, with 15 serial killings per 1 million population. Unfortunately, the beautiful, remote Alaskan wilderness creates great hunting opportunities for serial killers. They can find people out in the wilderness alone, kill them, and dispose of their bodies knowing they might be found years later, or more likely, never. Scientists aren't sure why Alaska is so likely to be featured on true crime podcasts. However, some believe that the isolation and constant darkness of the winter months triggers depression and a slew of mental disturbances that affect people's thinking. Fact number 5. One of Alaska's most interesting laws on the books is that it's illegal to wake a hibernating bear for any purpose, including taking photos. While we assume most people would be very grateful to find out the bear they just came across is fast asleep and won't attack them, apparently it happened often enough that Alaskan politicians felt this law should be passed. Fact number 4. Compasses don't point north in Alaska. In fact, compasses rarely point in a direction most people would consider due north anyway, as true magnetic north is not directly over the center of the North Pole. The North Magnetic Pole is around 86.4 degrees north and 166.3 degrees west. The problem is, Alaska is so far north that compasses here are almost useless, unless you artificially adjust for the difference in direction. Most point between 20 and 30 degrees east of north, and since magnetic field lines continue to change, even that will change over time. Fact number 3. Moose are a surprisingly common reason why people are late to work and social functions. It's very possible in Alaska to find a moose blocking your exit from your house by laying down on your porch or standing unmoving in your driveway, blocking your car. Number 2, there are no professional sports teams in Alaska. Ever wonder why you don't hear of Alaska in the NBA playoffs or the Super Bowl? Well, part of the reason is the state's extremely low population of approximately 740,000 people. After all, Wyoming and Montana don't have professional sports teams either. The other reason is that traveling for domestic games from Alaska, not to mention the different time zones involved in watching sports broadcast from there, would be very aggravating. And finally, fact number 1. In a state with bears, glaciers, and avalanches, you might be shocked to hear one of the most dangerous phenomena is mudflats. Mudflats are made up of wet silt exposed by the outgoing tide. It's very easy to get stuck in the silt and sink in. The land makes it almost impossible to free yourself without help. Then, the incoming tide can flow at up to 10 miles an hour, completely inundating you while you're stuck in the mud. Several people have died this way, including, most recently, 20-year-old Zachary Porter in May of 2023. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. It really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time on MapPack. Whether it's having to follow strict moose regulations, organizing a festival to commemorate river ice breaking, or living with more sled dogs than people, there's a lot of seemingly unbelievable facts about living in Alaska. So, here are 50 more unbelievable facts about what life in Alaska is really like. Fact number 50. You can't whisper in someone's ear when they're moose hunting. Why you'd want to startle someone carrying a gun big enough to bring down a moose is anyone's guess. But just in case you were planning on testing Darwin's theory of natural selection out, you should know that in addition to being a bad idea, it's illegal. If someone has their sights locked on a 1,300-pound, 590-kilogram animal, the last thing you want to do is break their focus. If that animal notices you're there and decides to charge you first, let's just say it's a terrible survival strategy. Number 49. You also can't push a moose from a plane. Again, we have to wonder what situations Alaskans are finding themselves in that made such legislation necessary. However, there's a lot of moose-specific legislation that makes sense, even if it sounds silly at first glance, like not being allowed to see moose from an airplane. What the law actually wants to prevent is hunters using planes to spot a moose and kill it. Hunters can only check for moose the day before to give the animal a chance to move and a fair fighting chance against being killed. Fact number 48. In Alaska, you can visit the place where Santa's letters are sent. The town of North Pole, Alaska is a community of 1,600 people about a 15-minute drive south of Fairbanks that receives tens of thousands of letters for Santa Claus from children all over the world. Volunteers actually answer a lot of the letters, at least those that arrive with a return address, and include a postmark from the North Pole. The town lives up to its Christmassy reputation in other ways as well, with a Santa Claus house featured as a tourist attraction. Don't expect Alaska to live up to this efficiency when you try to get other things sent through, though. Because, fact number 47, shipping costs will become the bane of your existence. If you can even get the product or piece of furniture you want up to Alaska, be prepared to pay through the nose for it. Anderson Trucking Service estimates, based on their experience, that shipping to Alaska is 3 to 5 times more expensive than shipping to the lower 48. Number 46. In Alaska, it's either winter season or roadwork season. You never really get a great driving experience as part of your daily life. You're either battling snowstorms behind the wheel of your truck or waiting for the weather to clear, only to run headfirst into road construction. Those rare weeks when it's not snowing, pouring rain, or cold enough to freeze your eyelashes, that's the only time crews can work. So good luck driving anywhere without delays. Fact number 45. You're prepared for snow, but are you prepared for rain? Forget Washington. Alaska is actually the 5th rainiest state in the US, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. Alaska gets around 20 inches, 51 centimeters of rain a year overall, but some parts of the state, like Ketchikan, get absolutely flooded with 150 inches, 381 centimeters of rain a year. The high levels of rain are caused by moist air from the ocean moving over the land and almost immediately being forced up by one of the state's many mountains. So in addition to snow boots, get a good raincoat. And speaking of gear, fact number 44. Many people have a pair of yak tracks in their car, if they're not actively wearing them out and about on snowy or icier days. This traction device is made up of steel coils and rubber bands and are meant to be put over the bottom of your shoes on days when the ground seems more like a slip and slide. Just be careful to take them off when conditions return to normal, as they will cause you to lose your balance on days with dry conditions. And days with dry conditions are no walk in the park either, because fact number 43, even if you've never had a moisturizing routine quarantine, living in Alaska might convince you it's time to start one. The air is so dry in the south, with the central heating systems constantly running inside homes making things even drier, that you might see your skin start to flake and crack, especially if you've moved from a humid climate. Fact number 42. Alaska has the most expensive healthcare in the US. Researchers at the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation ranked Alaska first in the country after analyzing over 40 billion insurance claims during the 2010s and found that Alaska has the highest expenses at over $9,200 per capita. The high costs are due to a combination of factors, including the state's very difficult geography distances making transporting patients and supplies incredibly expensive. Also, the state has a low population, which means less competition among medical providers, driving prices up. And many Alaskans seem reluctant to seek preventative care, which we'll get to soon, leading to their hospital bills being way higher when they do seek medical attention. Fact number 41. Some remote communities in Alaska don't have a single local police officer to call. Over 70 Alaska villages, most if not all of them indigenous, don't have local police. Advocacy groups have been pressing the state to copy their health program to institute policing, as every single one of those villages does have a health clinic. The bad news is even the indigenous towns that have police officers usually don't have a native officer. While 95% of health aides are native, less than half of VPSOs, peace officers trained in law enforcement and medical assistance, are native. This can lead to some issues with distrust, communication breakdown, and occasionally racism. Unfortunately, rates of domestic violence and assault are very high in Alaska, and a relative lack of policing doesn't help matters. Fact number 40. Cancer is one of the state's leading causes of death, and yet 40% of women over age 40 had not received a mammogram in the past 2 years. 56.2% of adults between the ages of 50 and 75 had done no screenings for colorectal cancer. What's the reason for this? Well, doctors believe it's a combination of healthcare being geographically or financially inaccessible for many Alaskans. Couple that with a sense of rugged individualism many residents seem to have that leads them to turn to professionals less often than others. Fact number 39. People in Alaska really rely on each other, especially in smaller communities. The Alaska Housing Finance Corporation found that almost 75% of Alaska residents say they feel a strong sense of community in their area and know their neighbors well. That's compared to 51% of Americans in general who say they feel very or somewhat connected to their neighborhoods, according to the Survey Center on American Life in 2021. With housing, groceries, heating, and winter gear being so expensive, a lot of people in Alaska are really struggling to get by. You can lean on your neighbors for borrowing items here and there, even food if you need it, and be prepared to give back as well. Everyone understands that being left alone up here in the cold could quite literally kill you, and communities tend to prop each other up. Fact 38. Alaska attracts a lot of people for seasonal jobs in tourism and wildlife, or temporary jobs working at oil and gas sites and fishing. According to Alaska Business Magazine, Alaska has the highest number of seasonal workers in the nation. They give the example of 2017 employment, in which the Alaska Department of Labor noted that non-farm employment rose from 310,000 jobs in January to 353,100 jobs in July, an increase of 13.9% that happens annually. Between 5 to 7% of the population enters and or leaves the state for long periods of time each year. Number 37. In addition to Alaska being very far from the lower 48 states, flight times to the rest of the country are usually pretty strange. A lot of flights leave Anchorage and Fairbanks airports between 9 p.m. and 2 a.m., with a significant amount departing between midnight and 2 a.m. The stated reason by the airlines is so they can make West Coast and Midwest connections and get to the East Coast on the same day. Number 36. People living in Alaska often describe the experience as feeling like they're living in another country rather than another state of the US. Even direct flights to major US cities take at least 5 hours, and as previously mentioned, usually leave at very specific, inconvenient times in the middle of the night. Fact number 35. Alaska has the lowest tax burden of any U.S. state, according to both WalletHub and the Tax Foundation. There is no individual income tax on the state level and no statewide sales tax, though some communities do institute a small local sales tax. But this still makes the statewide sales tax rate average out at 1.82%. There is a property tax rate, but it averages out to an effective rate of 1.16%. Number 34, Alaska has the second lowest percentage of residents aged 65 and over. Even though the cost of living is relatively high, Alaska can be a great place to live in retirement, especially when you take into account the permanent fund dividend, which gives local citizens a yearly stipend from oil and gas profits. Not to mention the state's clean air. You won't believe just how clean in a moment, and absolutely stunning nature. Fact number 33, 90% of air quality monitoring sites in Alaska have moderate to good air quality, making Alaska a state with some of the cleanest air in the US. In fact, in 2023, it had the second best air quality index, AQI, in the country with a rating of 27.9, beat out by only Hawaii. However, you might face problems in the wintertime in cities like Fairbanks due to lots of people using wood fires to keep warm, or if you're near oil and gas extraction sites, making the air quality poorer in those places. But overall, thanks to Alaska's vast stretches of pristine forests and wilderness, residents will be able to breathe a little better up here than in most places. Fact 32. The state has an anti-degradation law which protects its waterways as well, and sets certain tests and standards before Alaska can decide to allow pollution in any body of water. That's why 99% of Alaska's waterways are rated as having exceptional water quality. 90% of surface waters are moderately clean to clean, according to the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation. Fact 31. You can see the Northern Lights on average 243 days a year in Fairbanks. For locals, the Aurora Borealis is not a rare one-off sight, but rather a frequent occurrence they get to enjoy as a reward for enduring the long Alaskan winters. That's because the town is right under something called the auroral oval, which is where aurora activity is most intense, and Northern Lights season in Fairbanks runs from August 21st to April 21st. Fact number 30. Almost everyone in Alaska has blackout curtains, because they're extremely necessary, except in the winter. As harsh and dark as Alaskan winters are, and for some people they're really bad, as you'll soon find out, the summers can be even worse. The residents of Fairbanks get to experience the midnight sun, which is 70 straight days of sunlight from around May 17th to July 27th. Even people living in Anchorage and Juneau, which don't technically get a full 24 hours of the sun in the sky, still get 22 hours of direct sunlight. And when the sun dips below the horizon for a bit, things don't fully go dark. Fact number 29. In winter, seasonal affective disorder makes people's mental health problems really bad. Something about not seeing the sun for months on end and dealing with bitter cold days and cabin fever can affect even the hardiest residents. The suicide rate in Alaska is high, sometimes close to double the national average. In 2022, for example, the suicide rate in Alaska was 27.6 per 100,000 people, compared to 14.2 per 100,000 people nationwide. Number 28. Drug abuse is also a major problem in Alaska. It ranks in the top 10 states for illicit drug use and leads the nation in rates of alcoholism. 38% of Alaskan men and 13% of Alaskan women are classified as binge drinkers, compared to national rates of 24.3% of men and 19.2% of women. When it comes to drugs, around 9% of Alaskans are so addicted that they need to enter rehab, though most won't choose or be able to afford to do so. Unfortunately, this leads to a lot of people in the state never getting the help they need. In 2024, Alaska had the second highest rate of drug overdose deaths in the country at 53 per 100,000 people, behind only West Virginia. Fact number 27. Most Alaskans either take vitamin D during the winter or use light therapy boxes to mimic the effect of sunlight on their body. Vitamin D is necessary because it's something the body naturally produces when exposed to the sun. This means people in Alaska cease producing it altogether for months in a row, and it's necessary for things like absorbing calcium and keeping bones healthy. The light therapy boxes, or lamps, are known as happy lights, and it can be enough for some people to stave off severe depression. Number 26. Alaska is widely considered the most outdoorsy state in America, despite the frigid climate. 81% of the population is involved in outdoor activities. While this is great for getting out and about, if your hobbies don't include hunting, fishing, and/or snow sports, you may be out of luck. According to new transplants, the relatively low and low-density population makes finding hobby groups for things you love a little difficult if they don't fit into those categories. Number 25. Alaska's state fair is a pretty big deal. Over 300,000 other people attend, almost half the state's population. It's held in Palmer around late August and early September and is by far the state's largest event. The fair sets up an amusement park, carnival games, a concert series with plenty of famous musicians flying into town, vendors with native crafts, and most Alaskan of all, giant award-winning vegetables on display. Number 24. There's no end to the quirky, fun festivals Alaskans have come up with to bring the whole community together. The Bear Paw Festival features the Slippery Salmon Olympics. Relay teams race with an open soda bottle and dead salmon, passing them off to other team members until the race is completed. Fact 23. In the late fall, Alaskans will start chatting about termination dust. The term originates from when white snow would start to pile up on the tops of nearby mountains, signaling to Alaskan miners that it was time to pack up their things and start shutting down the mines for the season. The term became so embedded in Alaskan culture that to this day, people will have conversations about when the termination dust is likely to appear, how early or late it did appear, and what it might mean for the winter ahead. Fact number 22. Summer is ending when the top of the fireweed plant finally blooms. The pinkish-purplish fireweed plants, so named because they usually bloom in fire-affected landscapes, flower throughout the Alaskan summer and bloom from bottom to top, unlike most other plant species. So when the bloom finally reaches the top and starts to fade, Alaskans know their beautiful sunny summer is coming to a close. There's even a phrase that says when firewood turns to cotton, summer will soon be forgotten. Fact number 21. Just like termination dust and dying fireweed plants signal the beginning of winter, spring breakups often mean that summer is coming. This is when the surface ice on rivers like the Yukon breaks apart and starts to flow downriver. It's a pretty momentous event, and the ice that breaks apart can be so big that it leads to some destruction in the area, including downed trees. In fact, there's a festival called the Nenana Ice Classic, in which locals bet on the exact time that the Tanana River ice will break up and send a spruce into the water. Fact number 20. Travel and Leisure voted Anchorage the worst-dressed city in the United States. Locals didn't really care, because their daily fashion prioritizes retaining body heat rather than looking like they stepped off the cover of Vogue. Flannels and parkas may not be all the rage on the runways, but Alaskans care about dressing practically and comfortably for most, if not all, of the year. Number 19. Urban fishing is a real thing. Locals often stop off at Ship Creek, close to 2nd Avenue in Anchorage, to fish after work, especially during salmon runs. Though it's not considered one of the best fishing spots in the country, it's a nice way for city dwellers to relax and enjoy some nature-based activities during the day. Number 18. Life inside and outside of Anchorage can be very different. 40% of the state population is inside Anchorage, and Alaska's biggest city has plenty of entertainment, shopping, and dining options. Once you leave the city limits, life can get a lot more rugged. To give you an idea of how different the rest of Alaska is, while Anchorage has a population of around 283,000 in 2025, the two next biggest cities, Fairbanks and Juneau, barely have over 30,000 people each. That's not even considered a city in the rest of the US. Residents often ask newcomers if they're moving to Anchorage or the bush, i.e., the 80% of settlements only accessible by boat or plane. Fact number 17. Some people in Alaska, especially those in the bush, really do still live off the land. That's because a high percentage of Alaskans, almost 20%, live in what are classified as frontier and remote areas, or fittingly, far areas. This means it's more than an hour's commute away from the nearest population center of 50,000 people. That's compared to 3.9% of the US population at large living in such areas. Fact number 16. Alaska has communities called fish camps, annual temporary settlements where people from interior villages will move and spend their summer fishing, mostly for salmon. This is to feed themselves, their sled dogs, and sell the extra catch for profit, either whole or cured. The practice of going to fish camps and learning traditional skills from family members is an Alaskan native tradition. It's cultivated over generations to pass on knowledge about the land, its wildlife, native culture, and how to care for and live off the environment. Unfortunately, due to failing salmon runs in the early 2020s, fishing has been severely restricted or banned in many parts of the river, leaving these communities in distress. Fact number 15. Another interesting fact about life in Alaska is the actual use of sled dogs for work and transportation in Alaskan villages, to the point where sled dogs outnumber people in some places. This is especially true in places along the Iditarod Trail. In some remote parts of the state, sled dogs are not only man's best friend, but also man's only way to really get around for most of the year. The dogs used for sledding are usually a hardy mix of Malamutes, Huskies, and other winter weather breeds with double-coated fur, allowing them to thrive in the Alaskan winter and wilderness. Number 14. The other way of getting around in the remote Alaskan wilderness in wintertime is by snowmobile or snow machines. Many Alaskans rely on snow machines for so many critical tasks during the winter that to call it a snowmobile associated with a leisurely, fun activity seems wrong. If you're from out of town, you can still call it a snowmobile and people will know what you mean, but they will know you're an out-of-towner. Number 13. Residents who don't want to wander around in the Alaskan winter and don't like winter sports better enjoy being inside their homes almost 24/7 during the winter months. One new resident of Alaska who moved to the state in October describes how she met loads of her very kind neighbors in May. In her words, you may truly never see 80% of your neighbors outside their houses until after the snow melts. Fact number 12. Summer is the non-hibernation season for bears, so it's advisable to hike with bear spray. Most of the locals have a can when they head out into the wilderness because the last thing you want to do is underestimate the presence of bears in a state that has 140,000 of them. The sprays aren't meant to cause any long-term damage to the bears. They usually have red pepper extract, known as capsaicin, which will temporarily stop and incapacitate a bear, but leave it otherwise unharmed. Fact number 11. Some of the wildlife that is harmed on the road ends up becoming the property of the state. Some 800 to 1,000 moose die annually on Alaskan roads as high-speed highways cut through prime moose territory. In the 1970s, the state had an idea. It didn't make sense to let tens of thousands of pounds of edible meat go to waste when many Alaskans were struggling. So now, the state expects citizens who crash into big game animals, or troopers who find them dead on the side of the road, to report them to the state. After that, the animal will be butchered and most likely distributed to charity organizations. Fact number 10. Alaska has its own Big Mac. Called the Denali Mac, it's only available in McDonald's stores throughout Alaska. The Denali Mac is pretty similar to the traditional Big Mac, with the exception that it uses 2 quarter-pound beef patties instead of the regular small patties, and more sauce than your average McDonald's burger. This makes the Denali Mac a whopping 880 calories, perfect for putting some fat on you to keep you warm for the Alaskan winter. Fact number 9. Despite Alaska being a solidly red state voting-wise, it was one of the first to legalize marijuana on February 24, 2015, right after Colorado and Washington. According to Statista, Alaska ranks 4th nationwide in marijuana use, with 32.45% of residents having smoked weed within the last year, designated as 2022 by the study. High rates of weed use are partly a result of Alaska's rather more libertarian than conservative leanings. Fact number 8. The land of Alaska might be sparsely populated, but depending on where you live, your house may not be. Finding housing is a real problem in Alaska. Housing prices are high, most of the land is owned by the federal government and can't be developed, and it's hard to build in general. That means that people can tend to cram into housing that's inadequate for their family. The Alaska Housing Finance Corporation found that over half of Alaskan households in the rural parts of the state are overcrowded. Fact number 7, Alaska has a brain drain problem. In 2025, the Alaska Department of Labor and Workforce Development reported that more people moved out of Alaska than moved in for the 12th year in a row. What makes the issue of immigration worse is that most people moving out tend to be working-age adults. Meanwhile, many of those moving in are retirees or only coming in temporarily. Fact number 6. Outside of oil, gas, and construction, most careers in Alaska don't offer much in terms of advancement or progress. That's not to say you can't find well-paying jobs in other sectors, but people who want to move up the ladder or specialize may find it hard to do in a statewide market of just 740,000 people. Fact number 5. The Alaskan economy is very dependent on resources, from oil and gas to fishing and timber. This provides plenty of relatively well-paying jobs to locals and incoming workers, but it also means the state's economy can slide up and down a lot depending on how the market for these products is doing. Number 4, some Alaskans try to save money by living in what's called a dry cabin. This cabin functions more or less like a normal house, with the exception that it has no running water or plumbing. So that means no well, waste disposal, internal faucets, or septic system. Many places in Alaska have such thick permafrost that digging to install wells or septic systems is almost impossible, leading to the existence of so many dry cabins within the state. Not to mention, pipes can easily freeze and burst in the harsh winters. The upside is that dry cabins are on average cheaper to rent and buy than regular homes. There are downsides, however. Residents have to either haul water jugs, collect rainwater, or set up a whole water delivery and filtration system, or all three. Number 3. Hunting isn't just a sport in Alaska. Many people living in remote areas legitimately hunt to eat, bringing down a couple of large game animals to fill up their freezer for the winter. According to Alaska Fish and Game data, 25% of Alaskans in general hunt, but in rural areas, 79 to 92% of households hunt for subsistence. Fact number 2, once you live in Alaska, everywhere else will feel crowded and dirty. It's a common observation among those who have lived in the state for a few years, or even more so for their whole lives, that visiting family in the contiguous 48 US states is often a type of culture shock. Cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, or even relatively small lower 48 cities can feel incredibly crowded, dirty, and removed from nature. And finally, fact number 1. Alaska has a horrific mosquito problem. You may not expect to find clouds and swarms of mosquitoes this far north, but those who try to do anything outside during the summer know their statewide nightmare very well. Alaska is made up of over 14% water, and the many wetlands make perfect breeding grounds for blood-sucking mosquitoes. There are 35 species found within Alaska, but the most common is, perhaps unsurprisingly, the Alaskan mosquito, known for its aggressiveness. Locals prepare with repellent, clothing protection, and putting in screens everywhere they can, but somehow it isn't enough. Mosquito bites are just part of living in Alaska. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. It really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time on MapPack.
Alaska is a huge place. How big? It has over 6,600 miles of coast, more than all the other US states combined. But up north, there's no cities, no skylines, nothing. I'll unpack 3 main reasons Alaska's coast stayed emptied. Stick around for it. And if you like these map drops, make sure to hit that subscribe button. The grocery store does not give me a discount for knowing where Liechtenstein is. Alaska is a strange place. Check out where the roads go on Alaska's official highway maps. Notice something? Most of the big settlements are concentrated here, in the Rail Belt region that includes Anchorage and Fairbanks. It's like someone rage quit halfway before they got to the West Coast. Take a look at Florida and California. Those two states are sprawling with bustling coastal cities: Miami, Jacksonville, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. In fact, 40% of all Americans live close to the coast, almost half the country hugging the shoreline, except Alaska. 75% of the population lives in this area. The rest, crickets. 95% of the state is wilderness, basically the size of Texas, but with fewer people than a college football game. It's like my Tinder matches. Nothing here. With all that coastline, you'd expect booming ports and busy trade, but Alaska, not even close. Alaska isn't exactly Siberia, but it's still cold. In July, the average daytime temperature is only a mild 67 degrees Fahrenheit. At night, it's 50 Fahrenheit. In July and winter, that's a different animal altogether. Daytime temperatures hang around 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's just the average. Anchorage has seen record lows of negative 34 degrees Fahrenheit. Head out further and it gets colder. Like, I regret all life choices cold. Siberia would be proud. You'd think living in a deep freeze would affect the population, but it hasn't. It's actually increased. In 2020, there were over 733,000 here, 23,000 more than in 2010. Seriously, who looks at those temps and says, yeah, we'll stick around? The simple answer? Money. Just like your gran, the state's government is stable, rich, and generous. So generous, it runs its own mini universal basic income. The Alaska Permanent Fund pays every resident $1,000 to $2,000 a year, basically a thanks for not leaving bonus. Imagine Florida cutting you a check for putting up with the Florida man. There is an irony here though, but I'll get to that later. Alaska pays people to live there, but the land itself never signed off on the idea. It wasn't built for permanent, big-scale human population centers. Take a look under the cities. What they're sitting on tells the real story. Okay, it's Alaska. There's a lot of frozen stuff, including the ground. Ground that's been frozen solid for at least 2 years, but doesn't sound like much. I've got steaks in my freezer older than that, but permafrost runs deeper, way deeper. In some places, it plunges 1,300 feet down. That's more than 4 Statues of Liberty stacked on top of each other. And it's all over the place. Try building a city on that, and your foundations sink faster than Florida condos. Glance across the Bering Sea, and you'll spot Alaska's bigger, meaner brother, Siberia. It's like Alaska, but on hard mode. Colder, harsher, and run from Moscow by guys who thought frozen wasteland was a challenge. Dictators drew cities onto maps from palaces thousands of miles away, totally ignoring the frozen ground beneath. Now, Siberian towns are sinking, cracking, and in a battle royale with the earth. Norilsk in Krasnoyarsk Krai sits north of the Arctic Circle. Record low, minus 63.6 degrees Fahrenheit. The good news, it's getting warmer. The bad news? It's climate change. Once a Stalin gulag, Norilsk was never built for comfort. It sits on permafrost, now melting as temps rise. Buildings tilt and sink like Legos on an ice cube. Add waste heat and chemical pollution, and the ground sinks faster than my mom's hopes that I'd land a real job. Alaska's cities were planned better, but they're not immune. That permafrost from earlier, 38% of it just under the surface. The state's foundations are slowly turning into a slushy. Look at what melting permafrost did to this road. Those distortions, not cheap. But why did the road decide to cosplay as a roller coaster? Well, blame uneven thawing. Permafrost melts from the top down. The surface turns to mush while the bottom stays frozen. The result? Highways that buckle and warp like they were designed by Six Flags. That's why Alaska is a builder's nightmare. Thickest north of the Brooks Range. Population? Basically zero. But cities can exist on it. Siberia proved that with Yakutsk, the coldest major city on Earth, negative 43.6 degrees Fahrenheit, 355,000 people strong. That's bigger than Anchorage, nicknamed the Venice of the Russian Far East. Less gondolas, more frostbite. Engineers solved it with stilts. Permafrost here goes nearly a mile deep, so buildings are raised on piles. Do it right, and you avoid the sinking disaster of Norilsk. Yakutsk wasn't perfect. Soviets rebuilt it twice, and houses still need constant patching. Alaska? took the easier path. Its biggest cities sit where permafrost isn't right underfoot. Head north, though, and the same nightmare awaits. So Alaska is cold, but there's another brutal side of the weather here, and it's not what you'd expect. Cold Bay, appropriately named, had 50 people living in it in 2020, down from 108 in 2010. One reason? Clouds. Alaska's south coast is the cloudiest spot in the US. In August, the warmest month, it's 94.7%. It makes Seattle seem tropical. On Alaska's south coast, clouds show up about 340 days a year. No sunshine, no mood boost, just nature's screensaver on repeat. On average, Alaska gets 0.08 inches of precipitation every day. But that's only the statewide average, and like I said, it's a big state. Things are calm in places like Anchorage. It gets a thunderstorm every few years. That's not weather, that's a surprise cameo. Things do change once you go further north. The interior of Alaska is about as far from Florida as you can get, but thunderstorms are more common. And when they hit, they don't just make noise, they spark wildfires. But the Gulf of Alaska, that's where all hell breaks loose. The northern coast there gets 150 inches of precipitation every year. That's one reason cities are rare up here. Way fewer than you'd expect along a coastline. And it's not the only hurdle. Alaska's west coast hides a surprise. Believe it or not, it actually has something in common with Florida, just not the good kind. Alaska doesn't get hurricanes, but it gets their leftovers. Tropical cyclones drift north, have an identity crisis, and become extratropical storms. And Alaska's in the crosshairs. In 2022, Typhoon Merbok hit with 75-mile-an-hour winds and 1,000 miles of flooding, turning western Alaska into the world's longest wave pool. Warmer seas made Merbok possible. The same heat slows the formation of sea ice, Alaska's natural bodyguard. Merbok struck in September before the ice got on the scene. It was the strongest September storm in 70 years. Now thinner, later ice means more storm damage and insurance premiums that hit harder than the waves. The permafrost and storms aren't the only things that have helped to stop Alaska from having more cities, though. I talked about the Brooks Mountains already, but they're just one range that goes through Alaska. The state has 39 mountain ranges in total, and 17 of the 20 tallest peaks in the US. Over half of Alaska is mountains. It's a rock climber's dream. Mountains do mean limits, though. Japan knows the drill. 70% of its land is mountains, so people crowd onto the coastal plains. Alaska's the same story, only worse. Here the mountains squeeze you in and everything else, permafrost, storms, clouds, piles on top. And there's still one more obstacle I haven't even touched on. Alaska isn't just a mountainous state. About 5% of the state is covered by glaciers, and that means something else. And no, the problem isn't slipping. It's something way bigger. Say fjords, and you probably think Iceland or Norway. But Alaska's got its share too. There are 10 recognized fjords in the United States. 7 are in Alaska. Some are in protected parklands, like the Kenai Fjords National Park. Pretty? Sure. But architects aren't lining up. Mountains, glaciers, permafrost, and unpredictable coasts make Alaska about as appealing to developers as building apartments on a skating rink. That's why before the Russians showed up in the 18th and 19th centuries, Alaska's people lived in smaller, mobile settlements. Staying light on your feet was the only way to beat the landscape. People like the Aleuts, Inuit, Tlingit, and Haida were always on the move. They hunted, fished, and gathered to sustain their mobile lifestyle. Think digital nomad without the MacBooks and oat milk matchas. The Aleuts were different. Their spot let them build more permanent homes, partially underground, like the OG Mole people. Their descendants are still here today, making up 15.7% of the state's population of around 733,000. And their presence brings some extra challenges in Alaska, legal ones. The century before World War II brought waves of newcomers to Alaska, and they brought gifts, bad ones. Meningitis, chickenpox, whooping cough, even the flu, that did a number on the native people. Then came roads, rails, and infrastructure. Their way of life started to fade. Today, the 49th state is still a legal minefield.
In 1867, Secretary of State William Seward cut a deal with Russia and bought Alaska. People called it Seward's Folly. It was the 19th century's version of buying crypto at the wrong time. Even during the gold rush, Alaska wasn't seen as a place to settle down. It was for fortune hunters and risk takers, not families. And honestly, that vibe never completely left. But Alaska's fate changed a lot during World War II. To lock Alaska in with the lower 48, the US sent in an army of workers. Literally, the result was the Alaska or Alcan Highway. Finished in 1942, it stretched 1,700 miles. It's been trimmed down to about 1,400 miles today. That's still a road trip longer than driving from New York to Miami. It runs from Dawson Creek, not the TV show, in British Columbia up to Delta Junction in Alaska. Back then, it was one of the toughest drives on Earth. Now, it's paved. Less Mad Max, more family RV vacation. It was a massive engineering project, and critical to Alaska's future. The Army engineers who built it went home with wild stories of the forbidding North. On their days off, they didn't rest. They went exploring, fishing, hunting, basically turning a war project into the world's coldest summer camp. But it wasn't exactly great times for everyone. The troops did a number on the environment. Alaska natives were cut out. Their way of life collapsed. Native men rarely got hired to build the road. Women were pushed into selling handicrafts, cleaning, or worse. Records even show violent crimes committed against them. No wonder the subject is still sensitive today. Oil was discovered in Alaska in 1968. And since it was the US, America couldn't exactly invade itself. Still, the find pushed the state forward, just not how people hoped. The first reason? Timing. By the 70s, the US finally noticed Native Americans were people. Enter the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act of 1971. It carved Alaska into 12 regions and handed over 44 million acres to Native-owned corporations. For profit, yes, but they cashed in. Oil, mining, construction, government contracts, even tech. It's Fortune 500 in parkas. And since nobody here can rule by decree, every big project means negotiating with them. Translation? More meetings, more stakeholders, and more snow boots at the table. Look at Alaska's economy and you see who really calls the shots. The similarities with Russia, a little too close for comfort. Oil and gas dominate. 35.7% of Alaska's GDP in 2022. That's not just an industry, that's the state's life support machine. Go far, far to the north of the rail belt. This is the Prudhoe Bay oil field. It leans on the Trans-Alaska Pipeline to ship its product south, like a gigantic gas station hose. But here's the thing, the people aren't necessarily following the money. The nearby town of Prudhoe Bay has been on a roller coaster ride this century. In 2000, the US Census Bureau counted only 5 people. 5. That's not a town, that's a poker game. Then came the boom. 2,200 residents by 2010. But by 2020, it dropped nearly 40% down to 1,300. The town's a microcosm of the rest of Alaska. Alaska's economy runs on extraction: oil, fish, and minerals. People chase the resources, grab the bag, then head out when the job's done. Prudhoe Bay's north of the Arctic Circle. Leaving is the easiest choice. And it's a coastal town. That cycle repeats across Alaska, even in the rail belt. Boom, work, leave, repeat. But where does the money come from? Economist Scott Goldsmith once called Alaska's economy a three-legged stool. Each leg, petroleum, federal spending, and everything else. One of them dips, the stool wobbles. In that everything else bucket, fishing and mining lead the pack. Fishing alone pulled in $5.7 billion for Alaska in 2021. It gave jobs to 62,000 people, more than any other private industry in the state. Alaska's seafood haul is insane. 43% of the world's pollock, 13% of its cod, 11% of its salmon, and 6% of its crab. Basically, if you had a fish stick, odds are it came from Alaska. Then there's the mining industry. That pumped $9.2 billion to the state coffers in 2024. But that number fluctuates. At its peak in 2008, mining made over $20 billion. Alaska mines copper, zinc, silver, and rare earth metals like yttrium, the stuff that powers your smartphone and keeps renewable energy running. These industries may churn out cash, but they don't build long-term communities. They build corporate balance sheets. It's the same story since the gold rush. Outsiders strike it rich, locals get the leftovers. Even in 2008, when mining peaked, Alaska was still running on outside money. The state's economy isn't a self-sustaining machine, it's more like a YouTube creator. Messy, unpredictable, and dependent on outside help. Please subscribe. So, where can that money go next? A few options are on the table, and they'll decide whether Alaska grows, stalls, or just spins its wheels in the snow. You've probably heard the endless drama over drilling in Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, the ANWR, all 19.3 million acres of it. The fight's been raging since 1977, but even if you opened the whole thing up, it wouldn't turn Alaska's northeast coast into a boomtown. More like a gas station in the middle of nowhere. Busy, but not exactly drawing crowds. The House Committee on Natural Resources weighed it. Opening 3% of ANWR to drilling would create between 55,000 and 130,000 jobs. It would generate $440 billion just in leases, royalties, and taxes for the local, state, and federal governments. Impressive numbers on paper, but it doesn't fix the bigger issue hanging over Alaska. Think less economic boom and more storm clouds that won't leave, like the South Coast's 340 days of overcast. Alaska's economy is now going retro, a shrinking workforce, something not seen since World War II. The state's working-age population peaked in 2013 at about 480,000. By 2023, it dropped to 450,000, a 5% decline. Meanwhile, the rest of the US grew by 2%. Only West Virginia and Wyoming are bleeding workers faster. And let's be honest, Alaska would rather not be in that club. The state's median age is still younger than the national average at 35.6. In 2023, only Texas and Utah were younger. Alaska has fewer workers, but still feels like a college town compared to the rest of the country. But that's starting to change. Alaska is aging fast, one of the quickest in the Union. Part of it's the temp jobs, but the bigger story, a third of Alaska's young people are bailing. It's honestly got a whiff of Japan. Shrinking schools, empty classrooms, and funding shortfalls. Even the North Star Borough District in Fairbanks came up 300 students short in September of 2025, costing over $2 million. That's not just a dip. That's an enrollment cliff. And it's not just grade schools. The University of Alaska has taken funding cuts too. Fewer kids, less money, older population. Alaska's starting to look less like the last frontier and more like last one out, turn off the lights. What do Alaskan high school seniors think? One nailed it. There's just better jobs elsewhere. There's more to do. What are people gonna do here? Oil? Fishing? Career counselors across Alaska just cringed. And it's why drilling in ANWR wouldn't change much. It would just double down on the same old oil and fish economy that young people already see as a dead end. This isn't the case elsewhere. There is a place a lot like Alaska. Swing around the Arctic and you hit Norway. Same fjords, same oil, but a very different story. Norway's the largest producer of oil and natural gas outside of the Middle East. That's the backbone of an economy with a GDP per capita over $101,000 in 2024, higher than the US, according to the World Bank. Energy alone makes up 40% of Norway's exports and 20% of its GDP. The North Sea, packed with over 5,000 wells. It's like the fuel industry's version of Starbucks. There's one everywhere you look. Minus the pumpkin spice, obviously. But there's something else that's interesting about Norway, and it's what separates it from Alaska. The second biggest city in the country is Bergen on the west coast. It thrives on North Sea oil, but it was big long before drilling rigs showed up. Founded in the 11th century, it became the legal middleman for trade between northern Norway and the wider world until 1789. Why? Geography. Bergen's a natural gate between the North Sea and the rest of Europe. Alaska, no such luck. In 2025, it doesn't have a single coastal gateway city like that. It's more dead end than doorway. There's the Arctic Ocean to the north, Russia to the west, and Canada's Yukon Territory to the east and south. Only about 40,000 people lived there in 2021. So beyond the natural challenges, Alaska's coasts don't offer much else, at least not yet. The state's selling point is its resources. That's why people come here, but once they're pulled out of the ground, there's not much to do except ship them south by pipeline or rail. Alaska's economy is basically a one-way ticket. And where does that oil from the pipeline go? Not to the coast. It went right to Anchorage, where oil companies created headquarters. That helped Anchorage, but not the coast. Another thing that helped was that it could double as an air hub, thanks to a quirk of geography. It's basically the layover lounge between North America and Asia. Anchorage's airport is within 9.5 hours of all the world's most developed economies. From there, you can hit the lower 48, Canada, Japan, China, even Europe. No wonder both passengers and freight funnel through. During the Cold War, it was even more vital. The Soviet Union's giant airspace was closed. Planes had to detour around it, making Anchorage the world's most convenient pit stop. And that brings us to today. Some of the international visitors here include the world's most wanted men. On August 15, 2025, Vladimir Putin came to Anchorage to meet with Donald Trump. The red carpet was rolled out for the Russian dictator, but the props sent a different sort of message. F-22 Raptors were on display right near where Putin was walking, and there was a B-2 flyover in the skies. This was the same aircraft that took part in Operation Midnight Hammer just weeks earlier, the strike that crippled Iran's nuclear program. And it wasn't flying solo. 4 F-35 Lightning IIs flanked it like high-tech bodyguards. It was a display not only for Putin, but it highlighted another reason why Anchorage and Fairbanks grew while the rest of Alaska lagged behind. Anchorage started gaining traction in World War II when Alaska was a minor theater, but the Cold War flipped the switch. Suddenly, Seward's Folly wasn't a joke anymore. It was prime real estate. Alaska became America's front-row seat to the Soviet Union. The military threw cash at it. Bases, radars, bombers, you name it. Alaska went from backwater to frontline overnight. Look at all of the military bases around the United States. Alaska has 9 of them, and almost 44,000 total personnel. The U.S. military's buildup supercharged Alaska's growth, especially in Anchorage and Fairbanks. Fairbanks, already a railroad hub, got drafted as the military's logistics center. Trains met tanks. Suddenly, the town went from a quiet stopover to Alaska's version of a supply depot on steroids. Back in 1914, Congress dropped $35 million to build a railroad linking Fairbanks to Seward. Out of that project, Anchorage was born. It was a construction town that stole the show when the contractor moved its HQ there. President Warren G. Harding even came up to drive a golden spike in Nenana, one of the biggest towns in Alaska at the time. Fast forward to 2020, Nenana's population, 358. Guess Harding spiked the wrong town. Because the logistics were already at Fairbanks, the U.S. military found it easier to set up shop. That boosted the town's growth. Its population increased by 130.7% between 1950 and 1960, from just under 5,800 people to around 13,300. But look at these bases on the map. Aside from Coast Guard Base Kodiak, the big military bases all cluster in the southeast panhandle, home to Juneau, or along the rail belt between Anchorage and Fairbanks. The rest of Alaska? Empty. The military never set up shop here, so the fast-track development stayed right where the trains ran. Everywhere else was left holding the snow shovel. These bases are big business in Alaska. Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson has 35,000 personnel, and it's not a self-contained capsule. Troops have to spend their paychecks somewhere, and local businesses cash in. Add in the need for doctors, nurses, and constant base maintenance, and suddenly construction crews and contractors are eating well too. The military doesn't just bring soldiers, it brings an economy. But the US military never saw the need to build a base elsewhere in the state. That means the jobs didn't go there either. This isn't the case with coastal cities of Norway. Bergen benefits from a military presence too. It's the main base for the Royal Norwegian Navy. The city's location was so good, it grew on its own. The base was just a bonus. In case you're wondering, the temperatures in Bergen aren't all that different either. Anchorage has more extremes, but the average daily temperature for the year is 37.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Bergen is warmer, but not by much. Its daily mean is 47.1 degrees Fahrenheit. T-shirt weather. Well, maybe. Sure, Bergen's a few degrees warmer than Alaska, and for cold haters that matters, but long-term, location and opportunity beat a slightly nicer thermostat. Bergen proves it. The city's stacked with maritime businesses, fishing, aquaculture, marine research, you name it, it's here. It's also a financial hub. Banks like Spanken and Sparebank Invest call it home. Picture Seattle, but with fjords and Viking vibes instead of coffee chains. Tourism is booming too. Bergen's the front door to Norway's famous fjords, and that's made it one of Europe's busiest cruise ship stops. Alaska gets its share of tourists too. Tourism contributes $2.3 billion to the state's economy every year. But aside from the weather and the tourism, the similarities with Bergen end here. Alaska's economy doesn't have the same range. If you don't want oil, fishing, or mining, you're basically packing your bags. Young people head south looking for jobs that match their skills and their mental well-being. Compare that to New York or Los Angeles, where opportunities are endless. But that's the paradox. In Alaska, there aren't enough options. In big cities, there are so many that you waste half your life just deciding what to do. New York rose as a global financial capital thanks to its world-class port. Los Angeles? It turned into Hollywood and the busiest port in the US. It moves 9.9 million 20-foot equivalent units, one of the top 10 ports on the planet. Alaska? It can't compete with that. Its ports aren't gateways to the world. They're more like side doors to the freezer. The port of Anchorage is a little too much like the Russia that once owned Alaska. Oversized, inefficient, and stuck with problems. Not a great look. About 90% of the state's cargo for 80% of the people pass through here every year. But the spot isn't exactly prime real estate. It's tucked up in the Cook Inlet. The tides swing like a wrecking ball. And just to make things harder, the port ices over for big chunks of the year. Meanwhile, my Amazon Prime driver complains if there's a little frost on the windshield. That's not to say Alaska is Russia 2.0. The state does have ice-free ports year-round: Valdez, Seward, Whittier. In fact, they're the northernmost ice-free ports in the entire US. Pretty handy, but hold up. Let's check the map. They're all clustered in the south-central region, right where Anchorage is. Alaska's ports are like its friends list. Pretty small, and all hanging out in the same corner. There are some smaller ports along the rest of Alaska's enormous coast, but aside from the ice, they have another challenge. They're not equipped to handle a lot of commercial traffic. The Arctic coastline has no deep water ports. The lack of port infrastructure makes Alaska's logistics slower and way more expensive. How expensive? Shipping here can cost 3 to 5 times more than in the rest of the US. And a big reason is simple. Sometimes air freight is the only real option. And shipping by air, that's when your bank manager starts sweating harder than the cargo loaders. So is that it? Are Alaska's young people doomed to chase literally greener pastures? Well, maybe not. Take a look at one of the state's most famous traditions, the Iditarod. Since 1973, dog teams have mushed across Alaska, once covering most of the distance on sea ice. These days, melting ice has pushed them onto land routes. And that shift points to something bigger. Alaska's strategic importance is climbing, not just because of climate change, but thanks to the so-called unlimited partnership between Russia and China. Alaska isn't just the last frontier anymore, it's the front line. And the Arctic? The same temperatures melting permafrost under Alaska's towns could turn into the state's unlikely best friend. New trade routes could open. Basically, global warming might hand Alaska the career change it's been waiting for. Some climate models predict Alaska could soon see something that hasn't been seen in about 100,000 years: an ice-free Arctic Ocean in summer. Maybe by mid-century, or even as early as the 2030s. That supercharges Alaska's strategic value. Melting ice unlocks the Northeast and Northwest passages, shortcuts that slash shipping times between Europe, Asia, and North America. Imagine the Panama Canal, but colder and with more polar bears. It also opens access to new resources, like the rare earths in Greenland. Russia and China love to brag about building shiny infrastructure along the Arctic coast. So far, mostly hype. Russia's invasion shoved those Arctic plans straight into cold storage, but it's not something the US can ignore. Because when Moscow and Beijing say, just wait, it usually means, surprise, here's an airbase. Analysts call it a new Cold War. This time almost literally, or a race for the Arctic. And Alaska's already responding. Moves are underway that could finally change the face of its empty coastline, assuming the weather cooperates. Because in Alaska, even geopolitics comes with snow days. In 2008, the Alaska Department of Transportation and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers launched the Alaska Deep Draft Arctic Ports Study, aka paperwork on ice. 3 years just to hold a conference. 4 more to suspend it in 2015. Bureaucracy in Alaska doesn't crawl, it glaciers. But by the mid-2010s, Russia and China were flexing in the Arctic. Suddenly, red tape looked like a security risk. In summer of 2024, Nome finally got the nod for the Arctic's first deep-water port, 16 years later. Good job. Once Alaska's biggest city, Nome hit 12,500 people in 1900. Then it collapsed to 2,600 a decade later. By 2020, just 3,700. With the new port, Nome might go from ghost town to boom town again. And this could change everything for Alaska. Nome sits right on the Bering Strait, and traffic has nearly doubled. In 2009, 262 ship transits. By 2022, 509. And more are coming. But no port can handle them yet. Nome wants to be the first. The expansion would let it host mega cruise ships carrying up to 4,000 passengers. Picture whales, icebergs, glaciers, and a lot of snow. At $100 a head per day, locals dream of a tourist payday. Of course, the price tag is steep, $600 million. But this is Alaska. Uncle Sam's wallet is coming out sooner or later. Of those 509 transits in 2022, 7 weren't cruise ships. They were Chinese and Russian warships. They were running drills north of Kiska in the Aleutians. The Japanese once occupied the islands in World War II, but Moscow isn't about to try that now. This wasn't practice. It was a geopolitical middle finger waved right off of Alaska's shore. So investing in Alaska's coastline isn't an option now. It's a necessity. National security depends on it. Nome could end up as a mini Bergen in the late 21st century, shipping out Alaska's resources, cashing in on tourism, maybe even hosting a Navy base. Sounds great, but there's a catch. Nome's sitting on near-surface permafrost. Forgot about that, huh? The engineering headaches will be enormous. What the climate gives with one hand, it says psych and yanks it back with the other. For Alaska's coast, this is the chance of a century, assuming the ground doesn't quit first. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. It really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time on MapPack. One city sinks 19 inches a year. Another clings to life 12,000 feet up. A third spends millions every winter just to dig itself out. Seriously, why build there at all? And yet, some of these places have been standing for over 1,000 years. These are the most difficult cities to build. And if you like these weekly map videos, make sure you hit subscribe. That way I can justify all the hours I spend staring at maps, instead of spending time with my family. Starting with number 50, Venice. City of canals, bridges that make you sigh, and gondola rides that make you wonder if swimming would have been cheaper. In 452, Attila the Hun took a trip to northern Italy. Instead of sightseeing, he sacked the place. the residents of nearby Roman cities had a grim choice: beg for mercy or try their luck in the Venetian lagoon. They chose the lagoon. Builders hammered millions of wooden stakes into the lagoon floor. Physics did the heavy lifting and turned them into stone, like nature's concrete. 4 centuries later, real buildings appeared. A long project, yeah, and it's still not finished. The city is sinking by about 0.08 inches every year. Italy has gone full King Canute, throwing billions at flood defenses. Maybe they can turn the tides, though history suggests the tide usually wins. Number 49. Some cities are no-brainers. Miami isn't. Sure, the Miami River runs through it. The Biscayne Bay makes for a great port, but it was also a swamp. When it was incorporated as a city in 1896, there were only 368 people. Quietest spring break ever. Henry Flagler, the Standard Oil tycoon, wasn't impressed. Julia Tuttle, who owned the land, didn't care. When the Great Freeze of 1894-95 destroyed crops up north, hers kept growing. That was all it took to convince Flagler to lay rail tracks south. Nothing sells a city quite like not freezing to death. Sands were dredged, marshlands filled, and Miami appeared from the mud. Today, it's home to leathery retirees, sunburned party bros, and real estate agents with stronger SPF than morals. Makes you wonder, was it really worth it? Unlike this next city on the list. Number 48. In 1833, as America pushed west, a new city appeared in Illinois. The natives called it, as best as I can pronounce it, Shikakonki, which means either skunk or wild onion. Neither exactly screams prime real estate, but people moved in anyway. Like Miami, the city was wetland, with only about 350 people living there. But by the end of the century, it was a sprawling metropolis of 1.7 million. Why? It might have been a swamp, but it was a good one. The kind that Shrek would call home. It was perfectly placed between the Great Lakes and the Mississippi watershed. You could even reach it by boat all the way from the Atlantic, if you didn't mind the skunky onion smell. But it took a lot of grunt work. Europeans had eyed the spot since the 1600s, but no one had the money or the patience to bother with it. That changed with the Industrial Revolution. Engineers raised streets, dug sewers, and even forced the Chicago River to flow backward, which is about as petty as it sounds. Number 47. As if building a city on a bog wasn't bad enough, try doing it in the middle of a war. In 1703, Peter the Great declared that Russia had a new capital, but it was technically in enemy territory. It was a fort captured from Sweden. It might have been full of mud, but to Peter, it was perfect. A shiny new port to deal with Europe. So he went all in. Peasants, prisoners of war, convicts, anyone with a pulse got drafted. They dug with their hands, slept in shacks, and froze in the mud. By 1712, with the war still going, Peter moved his court there anyway. No one knows how many people died building the city, but it was likely between 20 and 30,000. Number 46. The Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan was founded in 1325 on 2 islands in Lake Texcoco. Not exactly a prime site for growth, but middle-age problems call for middle-age solutions. They built their own artificial islands, and then stitched them together into a city. Causeways linked it to the mainland and kept the salt water out. Against all odds, the engineering worked. What didn't work was stopping Hernan Cortés, whose conquistadors leveled the place. Turns out you can beat nature, but not smallpox and pointy swords. Spain built Mexico City on the ruins and decided to drain the lake. It was glacial work. By the 20th century, 45 rivers ran through the city, but it came at a hidden cost. The city sits on unstable clay, and it's sinking by almost 19 inches a year. Basically, my last soufflé attempt, but on an urban scale. Number 45, New Orleans didn't start as pure swamp. It was high and dry in the early 18th century, but to become the Big Easy, over 30,000 acres had to be drained. That only happened in the late 19th century with better levees and pumps, and the job dragged on until 1926. But it came with a cost. 50% of the city is now below sea level. One bad day for the levees would spell disaster. That came in 2005 with Hurricane Katrina. New Orleans had to spend $20 billion for a whopping 350 miles of new levees, the world's most expensive water wings. Number 44, Berlin is the center of the world's third biggest economy. But ever wondered where that name came from? It's from the Slavic beryl, which means, that's right, swamp. Berlin has nearly 4,200 miles of inland waterways, more than any other city in Europe. Dig for a few feet and you'll hit groundwater, plus a delightful mix of sludge, peat, and sand. Building here is about as stable as a Jenga tower in an earthquake. It took some major engineering to get the city up and running, and being Germany, the brewers got involved. In the 1840s, they built the first big underground structures for beer, naturally. Fermentation came first, canals came later. Priorities. If you spot pink or purple pipes snaking through the streets, that's Berlin's temporary drainage system, basically giant pool noodles keeping construction sites from drowning. Number 43, one of Germany's other major cities, was also built on a marsh. Seriously, what's the attraction? Charlemagne ordered a fort to be built in 808 on rocky ground. Seemed like a solid plan, literally. Wedged between the Ulster and Elbe rivers, it guarded against Slavic invasion. The problem? Hamburg's been fighting the land and water ever since. Even now, Hamburg's projects like Hafen City sit on flood-secure plinths. Hamburg, the Venice of Germany. Hamburg had its share of setbacks, though. A massive fire tore through the city on May 5, 1842. A third of the hard-built city was left in ruins. Then there was the whole Allied bomber redevelopment plan during the war. Number 42. Paris wasn't built entirely on a swamp, so that's progress. But pump the brakes, I said entirely. One of its trendiest neighborhoods, La Mare, used to be one. First a playground for nobility, then a commercial hub after the Revolution. Now it's a cultural center. Monks drained it in the 9th century. Then Louis VII had another go later. If they hadn't, it would probably still be the edge of Paris. Instead, it's now prime central real estate. Not bad for a former marsh, though compared to London, this is nothing. Number 41. The Romans founded Londinium, Britain's future capital, at a crossing on the Thames. Smart choice, if it wasn't for the wetlands. So they drained it. After the Romans bailed in 410, the swamps made a comeback, but not for long. Channeling their inner soccer hooligans, medieval Londoners took on the bogs, acre by acre. By the Victorian era, more than 200 miles of walls lined the Thames from Teddington to the North Sea. The river was squeezed from a wide, shallow sprawl into a deeper, narrower channel. So the super alpha city was once a bog? Explains why the finance bros feel right at home. So far, we've had a stilt city sinking lower than its tourists' wallets, a quagmire sold as spring break, and a town that flipped a river out of boredom. Let's keep this city planner fever dream rolling. Number 40, another one of the world's super alpha cities. It was once a mosquito-infested marsh. At least, the most famous part was. Old maps of New York are full of new-made ground, which is a polite way of saying marsh we stuffed dirt into. It still took 200 years to find fresh water. After half-baked schemes, outright hoaxes, and a cholera outbreak, the Croton Aqueduct opened in 1842. The city threw a huge party that October, celebrating water without the death flavor. Number 39, protecting Beijing meant turning a swamp into an engineering project. Tired of northern invasions, China wrapped Beijing in massive walls. The southeast perimeter was trickier. Low-lying marshes forced the wall into an odd diagonal. It was Beijing's way of sidestepping the problem. The northwestern perimeter was waterlogged too. Walls went up and then had to be abandoned for another diagonal. That left a neat little triangle of land outside the city. Engineers diverted spring water from Yuchuan and Baichuan to carve moats and fill the 3 lakes for the imperial gardens. If you're fighting quagmires, you may as well make them decorative. Without the walls and the water features, Beijing wouldn't have lasted as China's capital since 1421. It's too close to the steppe where invasions showed up like Amazon deliveries. Daily, expensive, and impossible to stop. Number 38, Shanghai started to spring to life in 991 in what's now the Songjiang district. For a while, it grew slowly and steadily, to about 12,000 by the early 1100s, but in just a few years, it would boom to over 250,000, thanks to Jurchen invasions to the north. The population changed fast, the land didn't. As it built outward and upward, Shanghai started to sink. By the early 20th century, it was sinking at a rate of almost 1 inch a year. Things have stabilized since 2010. But no rising sea levels threaten its 24 million residents. The solution? Sponge City. It's not a SpongeBob spinoff. It's a billion-dollar plan to use plants and soil to soak up water instead of just pipes. Number 37. Indonesia's capital, Jakarta, has always been one of the world's trickiest cities. Founded in the 17th century by Dutch colonists, it was supposed to be tropical Amsterdam. Instead of red lights and smoky cafes, they got mountains and rain. Constant streams flowed downward, and they had to get rid of them. Canals were built to cope, but within years, the city was drowning in rain, tropical heat, and the extra pollution the colonists kindly imported. So, the Dutch just moved south to the Menteng area. The canals are still there, plugged beneath concrete or acting as drainage channels. Today, parts of the city are sinking up to 6 inches a year. In some spots, it's over 13 feet. It's gotten so bad, the Indonesian government decided the only way to fix was to pack up. They're building a new capital, Nusantara, safely out of the splash range. Number 36. Lagos, Nigeria, is sort of the Venice of Africa because it was also built on a lagoon. It started with just 28,000 people, but wetlands meant the British had to drain the land to grow. For a while, it worked. Today, it's Africa's biggest city with over 20 million residents, an entire country crammed onto one swamp. Keeping it that way, that's another story. Today, rain floods the streets and beaches erode fast. Without wetlands, there's nothing left to soak up water or stop the waves. Keeping the city above ground will take massive, costly engineering projects. Have they heard of Noah's Ark? Just asking. Number 35. Bangkok was always going to be a great city. Perched at the top of the Bay of Bangkok, its strategic location is obvious, but most of the area was wetlands. But this sort of hard-won success came at a cost. The city was around 5 feet below sea level, and that ground is soft clay. High-rise buildings in the 1970s added more weight, and those canals, a lot of them have been filled in, so water from frequent rains can't go anywhere. So Bangkok has no choice but to build even more, like anti-flood parks that can drain up to 1 million gallons of water. Still, the city's water woes have made some Thai government officials talk about moving the capital, much like Indonesia is doing. Number 34. Mumbai is one of the world's megacities. Population, 21.7 million. The city was originally 7 islands when Portugal took over in the 16th century. It took until 1845 to fill them. Nothing like a fixer-upper. Before then, it was so inhospitable Portugal handed the colony to Britain as part of Charles II's wedding. Beats a toaster kettle set, I guess. But even he couldn't be bothered to govern it. Instead, it was rented to the East India Company for £10 in gold a year, the worst Airbnb deal in history. Life didn't get easier. In 1689, the Mughals laid siege and wiped out most of the infrastructure. But the city recovered, only to face another big challenge today. It has sandy soil, not so good for the weight of modern buildings, and the population is stressing it further by depleting groundwater. Dealing with that sandy soil will be the next major infrastructure challenge here. And it doesn't have sentries. Mumbai is sinking at a rate of 2 to 3 millimeters a year and could be 40% underwater by 2050. But not all cities were hard to build because of where they were. More like what they were doing. Number 33. Washington, D.C. wasn't exactly built on a swamp, for once. Washington himself was a surveyor. He picked a solid riverbank for the capital. Building on it? That was another story. Pierre L'Enfant dreamed of turning the wilderness into a grand city, but he refused to share his plans and got booted. The city limped along under Andrew Ellicott until 1902, when L'Enfant's designs were rediscovered. The Macmillan Commission promptly redid the National Mall according to them. See? Urban planning works when your architect lets everyone in on the plan. Changes of plans can lead to a lot of cost overruns, but it's nothing compared to what LA dealt with. Number 32. LA wasn't built in a desert, but it made one. The area was so good, everyone wanted in on it. There were almost 1,700 people there in 1841. 50 years later, it was over 100,000. By 1920, 500,000. The population outgrew the area's natural water supply. Something had to be done, and fast. So Mayor Fred Eaton cooked up a plan. He'd steal it from the Owens Valley. That led to the California Water Wars. Farmers fought back, sometimes with dynamite. But by 1913, the aqueduct was done. Owens Lake was dust by 1924. The revolt fizzled out by 1931. LA got the water, the farmers got nothing, and the city became America's second biggest. Moral of the story? In California, water beats everything, even TNT. Number 31. Las Vegas wasn't carved out of the desert so much as dropped onto a lucky oasis. The name Las Vegas means the meadows, but meadows don't make a metropolis. Mormons gave it a shot in the 1850s and bailed. Faith alone won't keep you hydrated. Like Miami, it started with a woman. Helen Stewart bought up land to sell to the railroads. The trains arrived, and Las Vegas was official in 1905. But it would take more than tracks and timetables to turn an oasis into Sin City. Hoover Dam broke ground in 1931, creating Lake Mead. Today, it still supplies 90% of Vegas's water. The project hit the jackpot. More money was flowing into casinos than concrete. Nevada legalized gambling to keep California's cash from heading home. We've learned that Beijing dodged invasions with walls, Shanghai is turning into Sponge City, and Jakarta is sinking so badly the government's building itself a getaway. What surprised you so far? Let me know in the comments. Number 30. Bishop, California is dry. Like, really dry. The nearby Sierra Nevada mountains block the rain, so the town had to get creative. It gets water from 3 wells in the Owens Valley. The wells have almost 22 miles of water mains. It's a clever setup, but it traps the city. Bishop had just 3,800 people in 2020 and was shrinking. To grow, it would need a reclamation project on par with building Dubai. You know, minus the oil money and, porta potties. Number 29. Bakersfield. It only has 144.7 millimeters of rain a year. So where does it get its water? It sort of takes a village of different methods. If just one of them wasn't there, Bakersfield could have never become what it is. With a population of about 400,000, there's a lot in the ground. Wells supply 36% of the city's needs, but it took some engineering to get water to this dry place too. Enter the California Aqueduct, which supplies 26% of the water. Federal water projects like the Friant-Kern Canal and Central Valley Project supply another 12%. Without these things, the Kern River, which supplies another 20%, wouldn't be nearly enough to do the job. Number 28, Phoenix isn't quite as extreme as Bakersfield, but it does have a much bigger challenge. It has 5 million people in its metro area. So, like in Bakersfield, it had to get creative when it came to water. 34% of Phoenix's water is groundwater. That wouldn't cut it for the current population. So, the city pulls 29% of water from the Colorado River, 25% from the Salton Verde, and 12% from reclaimed water. It's a careful balancing act built on dams, treaties with neighbors, and laws to conserve groundwater. Somehow, it worked. Arizona uses the same amount of water today as it did in the 1950s, despite having 7 times the people. Proof that with enough bureaucracy and concrete, you can give a desert an identity crisis. Number 27. Sanaa's water problems might be the most challenging in the world. It's the capital of Yemen, with a population of 3.4 million. The Houthi-occupied city is in a desert, and it has an elevation of nearly 7,400 feet, one of the highest cities in the world. Getting water there isn't easy. In the 1970s, groundwater was about 99 feet below the surface. Today, it's dropped to almost 4,000 feet in some areas. Long before the Houthis arrived, people were worried this could be the first capital to run out of water. The World Bank and UN built 3.7 miles of twin pipes to help, but with the city's geography and politics, it's basically a drop in the ocean, minus the water. Sana'a might have been around since the 1st century, but keeping it around might be one of the biggest challenges in the 21st. Number 26. No desert town has a tougher challenge than Arica in the Atacama, the driest desert on Earth. How dry? Average annual rainfall is only 0.03 inches. All the water goes into the mountains, leaving Arica low and dry. Some parts haven't seen rain for 500 years. But Arica has an advantage. It's on the coast, so it can build desalination plants. This is expensive, though, so Arica has to go the extra mile and import water. It's also built infrastructure to capture whatever rain it can. The result? Arica has a population of over 200,000, and life is pretty normal. It's been around since 1541, after all. Plenty of time to get used to the idea that rain is just a rumor. Number 25. Like Las Vegas, Timbuktu was built on an oasis. The Niger River kept it alive, and the salt trade kept it rich. But isolation and desert heat made building tough. Imports were rare, so much of the town rose from mud brick. Cheap, but quick to erode under constant sandstorms. Even today, there are no modern roads. The donkey is still the local Uber. There's an airport today, so that makes things easier, but now the desert is after revenge and the Niger River is shrinking. Upkeep is harder than ever. On top of that, insurgents have taken over the city since August of 2023. Food prices keep climbing and 33,000 people have already fled. For a place built on salt, it's got more than enough wounds to rub it into. Number 24. The Australians have had different desert problems. Go to Coober Pedy and you'll come across buildings that look normal, but looks can be deceiving. The rooms lead underground. That's right, the mole people are real. No, not really. People live below because when the mercury hits 126 degrees Fahrenheit, air conditioning throws in the towel. It wasn't an easy place to build. The residents did it the old-fashioned way, with pickaxes, shovels, and boomsticks. Fortunately, there were some abandoned mine shafts to act as a starting point. How do you keep life going underground? 70% of the energy comes from wind and solar. Water's piped in from 15 miles away. It works. There's 2,500 people living there as of 2022, but it's not exactly a model ready to franchise worldwide. Number 23, Perth. Most cities exist because they connect to others. Perth missed that memo. With 2.3 million people, it's the world's most isolated big city. 2 days across the Nullarbor Plains just to reach Adelaide. It's civilization on airplane mode. So, how did it grow? It all began with a telegraph line in 1869, but things didn't really kick off until after World War II. Even then, it took a yacht to help. In 1983, the Australia 2 yacht won the America's Cup race, putting Perth on the map. A mining boom in the 2000s swelled the population, and city leaders jumped on it. They poured money into long-term projects like Perth Arena and Optus Stadium. The strategy paid off, as it now has 79% of Western Australia's population. Number 22, Perth has nothing on Iquitos, Peru, the world's least accessible city. You can only get there by boat or plane, and it's not some remote village. It's home to 491,000 people. So how did it get so big? It only had a population of 1,500 in the 1870s, but by 1880, it was 20,000. It was all thanks to a rubber boom big enough to lure Gustave Eiffel to build the Casa de Fierro. But the good times didn't last. By 1912, foreign businessmen figured out rubber plants grew in easier places. The boom deflated as fast as a punctured tire. And yet, the population continued to grow. Its location actually proved a tourist attraction. It was the biggest base for exploring the Amazon, so it still attracts all sorts of adventurers ready to spend. The lesson: geography and luck can turn even the most desolate patch of land into a construction site. Just don't bet it all on rubber. We've seen how cities face danger from being too low, but building high isn't an easy answer either. Number 21. Denver sits a mile high. Higher in some spots, and it all started in 1858 with gold prospectors. It stayed small until the railroads arrived in the 1870s. By 1890, it had 100,000 people, but when it came to roads, it was a different story. I-25 didn't open until 1948, with federal money and 20 bridge rebuilds to make it work. Now, with the population up 40% this century to 715,000, the city is scrambling again. High elevation, low funding, public-private partnerships are the new fix. Even at a mile high, Denver's problems are still at street level. Okay, we've had Arica treating rain like a fairy tale, Timbuktu still running on donkey power, and Cooper Pedy going full mole people just to beat the heat. And we still have altitude problems, even more desert cities, and a casualty of war still to come. Number 20. Xining in China is Asia's highest city. It's about 2,000 feet higher than Denver. Over 2.4 million people live there. Since it's in the Huangxi River Valley, water is easy to come by. But that doesn't mean it was easy to build. Find Xining on a map and it sits dead center in China. Getting there was never easy. Today, you can hop a train to Urumqi in 4 to 5 hours. Honestly, it's a minor miracle. Freezing air, thin oxygen, and earthquakes aren't exactly commuter-friendly. In 1927, one quake hit 7.7 and killed over 40,000. Despite these challenges, the city goes on. Its location makes it too important for Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative. Number 19, Addis Ababa is Africa's highest city, at just over 7,700 feet. But that wasn't done out of choice, as much as luck. It was founded in 1886 when Emperor Menelik II realized his old base in the Ntoto Hills was too steep for a railroad. So he moved here instead. Conveniently, his wife already had a house there, the 1800s version of, "Honey, let's just use your place." Because the new capital was unplanned, Addis Ababa grew slowly and chaotically. Moving in together is never easy. Bureaucrats squabbled for years. Then Mussolini invaded in the 1930s. He had big development dreams, but conquering Ethiopia turned out to be harder than making trains run on time. Real growth only came after World War II, but challenges remain. Corruption is rife, and China's involvement has many wondering if the city traded the swamp for a debt trap. Kinda like my career trajectory. Number 18, Bogota. Colombia's capital is over 8,500 feet high, and building infrastructure here is challenging. Steep slopes and narrow paths make roads in Colombia hard to build and quick to crumble. A 186-mile trip takes 7 hours here. In Spain, it's half that. No wonder Bogota boasts the worst traffic jams in the Americas. Basically, the mountains move before you do. To make things worse, there's little rail support, but that might be changing after 80 years. Bogota planned to build a metro system, but they were still in development hell for decades. Construction only began in 2021. But despite the challenges, Bogota still has 8 million people. Number 17. Cochabamba was founded in the 16th century at nearly 8,400 feet. The soil was good, so it thrived as farmland, but modern infrastructure has struggled to keep up. The San Jose Dam from the 1950s gave the water city, but for a much smaller population. Today's residents have mid-century plumbing for a 21st century city. Water use got so bad that in the 2000s, privatization sparked huge protests. Prices soared, people revolted, and privatization was rolled back, though the water problems stayed. Now, Cochabamba is pitching itself as a future tech hub, but at 8,400 feet and iffy water, it's hard to code when you're out of breath and plumbing. Number 16. Quito, Ecuador's capital, stands at a whopping 9,350 feet. It has 1.7 million people. Build this high, and problems come with the altitude. It was found in 1534, but even 500 years hasn't solved the geography. In July of 2025, a landslide snapped a water pipe and cut service to 400,000 residents. Subtropical climate or not, at this height, Quito's biggest challenge is keeping the taps on. Quito relies almost entirely on high-altitude shrublands for water, fragile areas threatened by mining and bad farming. By the 1990s, shortages hit hard enough that the city had to call in the Nature Conservancy for help. It worked, but also proved the point. At this height, there's no room for error. Your water supply is basically one bad harvest away from disappearing. Number 15. La Paz, Bolivia has an elevation of 12,000 feet. Despite that, over 2 million people live in the metro. The Spanish tried settling here, but the terrain was so hostile that nothing stuck until 1548. Building roads at that altitude was brutal, and the ones that did get built were narrow. The result? La Paz has been in a traffic jam for about 500 years. The answer? Go higher. In 2012, La Paz built the Mi Teleférico cable car system, finished in 2014. Now, 10 lines carry over 200,000 people a day. Now the commute comes with the view and altitude sickness. This next city really lives up to its name. Number 14. El Alto in Bolivia sits just over 13,600 feet. It's the highest major city in the world with almost 1.2 million people. Why did it even start? No one lived there until 1903. El Alto began as a slum for La Paz, while the wealthier stuck to the cushier valley below. Then, waves of rural migrants poured in, swelling the population. Geography was tough, resources were thin, just like the air. El Alto had to learn the hard way how to be a city. As late as 1997, only a third of El Alto's residents had paved streets or trash pickup. Sewage access was about 20%. In some places, it's closer to 2%. Now, retreating glaciers threaten the water supply too. Apparently, living on a mountain wasn't challenging enough. But there is one big win. The La Paz cable cars extend into El Alto. It's the longest such line in the world and far quicker than the 3-mile death trip down a canyon by car. Number 13. El Alto might be the highest major city, but there's an even higher settlement in Peru. Welcome to the boomtown of La Rinconada, at a height of 16,700 feet. A gold rush in the 2000s sent the population soaring by 235%. By 2009, around 30,000 people lived there. Proof that people will climb literally miles into the sky if there's gold waiting. La Rinconada has no real water or sanitation. Glacier runoff is the only source, which is good. But it's laced with mercury from mining, which is bad. Even the rain is toxic. Crime is rampant too. So, in 2024, the government's big fix was 18 cameras and 15 guard booths. Turns out, Batman doesn't fight crime at 16,700 feet. Number 12. When you think of mountaintops, you often think of snow. And Aomori, Japan has plenty of it. It's the world's snowiest city, with 26 feet of snowfall a year. It's not the highest or coldest city, but wedged between the Hakoda Mountains and Mutsu Bay, it gets slammed with colliding winds that dump snow all winter. Not as cold as the next city on our list, but still, when your January record high is 13.5 degrees Fahrenheit, you're basically living in a freezer aisle. Keeping the city running means burning cash on snow, about $35 million a season for trucks alone. Add seawater sprinklers on roads and rails, a 120-person crew just for the airport, and even heated streets in some spots, and still, none of it works without constant community shoveling. Around here, a snow shovel isn't a tool, it's a roommate. Number 11. The coldest major city in the world is Yakutsk in Russia's Sakha Republic. The average low temperature in winter is negative 80.9 degrees Fahrenheit. But there are 355,000 people crazy enough to live there, and serving them hasn't been easy. Yakutsk sits on permafrost nearly a mile deep. You can't just drop buildings on it. Heat melts the ground. So, the city was built on piles, like a popsicle version of Venice. It took plenty of trial and error. Soviet efficiency means rebuilding twice. Even today, houses need endless repairs. Getting to Yakutsk is just as brutal. Siberia is isolation on steroids, and the Amur-Yakutsk mainline from Tinda to Nizhny Bestia has been plagued by, you guessed it, permafrost problems. Even the trains freeze in their tracks. Now, we know that La Paz fixes traffic with the world's biggest ski lift. In El Alto, sewage access is a luxury item, and people will literally live on toxic ice if there's gold in it. We've hit our top 10, so let's get out of the freezer and back into the fire. Number 10. In 2024, Doha, Qatar became the hottest city in the world. Average temperatures hit 106 degrees Fahrenheit. Oil wealth meant it became a metropolis of over 1.1 million. But that didn't mean building it was easy. The spot wasn't great. Desalination plants had to cover the water needs. Shallow seas kept port access limited until a deep port arrived in the 1970s. Illegal construction is still a headache. But pile on enough resources, and even a desert outpost can turn into a sprawling city. Number 9. When it comes to extremes, Manila would be happy with just one. Instead, post-World War II migration packed 25 million people into the metro, over 111,000 people per square mile. That's not a city, that's a human Jenga tower. Manila has never kept up with the influx. Residents rely on thousands of illegal wells for water. The housing boom wiped out nearly all its mangroves from over 133,000 acres to under 1,200. The city traded its natural flood defense for real estate, swapping life jackets for condos. That's why Manila is sinking at up to 4 inches a year. At the same time, sea levels are rising 1 inch. Manila will likely need coastal defenses just to stay afloat, and it still can't build housing fast enough. At this rate, the city might run out of land before it runs out of people. It's gotten so bad that former President Duterte hinted at pulling in Indonesia and moving the capital. Nothing more on that yet. Number 8, take Manila's problems and put them on steroids. That's Dhaka, Bangladesh. Its problems might literally sink it. It's subsiding at 0.5 inches a year. In the 1970s, Dhaka grew to a metro area that now has over 20 million people, with 2,000 more still coming every day. It's the world's biggest game of sardines. Bad planning drained the groundwater and turned old canals into sewers that sometimes need to be cleared by hand. Workers have even drowned in the sewage trying to unblock them, possibly the worst job on Earth. But hey, at least Manila can still boast about having schools. Number 7. Monrovia, Liberia's capital, has a population of over 1.7 million, and it has a much different problem than anything covered so far. It's one of the world's poorest places. 85% of the population lives on less than $1 a day. The gross national income is only $790 a year. For all its size, building Monrovia is a constant struggle. Power cuts make ATMs and card readers feel like luxury tech. Only a third of residents can flush a toilet, though given the state of the sanitation system, that's more of a gamble than a privilege. Even education is an uphill fight. Years of conflict with Sierra Leone drained Monrovia's resources so badly that schools barely function, and the cycle shows no sign of ending. There's another cycle that makes some cities hard to build, though. They've had an unfortunate history of being destroyed. Number 6. Pyongyang was once the site of almost total devastation. In June of 1950, UN forces dropped more bombs on the city than there were people. 420,000 for its 400,000 residents. 32,000 tons of napalm were used. 75% of the city was destroyed in the campaign. It was rebuilt after the war, brick by brick. Since then, the city has gone from strength to strength. Nah, just kidding. Number 5. If you want to see one of the most heavily destroyed cities in World War II, don't look to Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Look to Poland's capital, Warsaw. Warsaw was the first European capital to fall under Nazi occupation, but the locals didn't take it quietly. They revolted, with a major uprising in 1944 following the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising the year before. Hitler saw enough. He ordered for the city to completely disappear from the surface of the earth. By the time the Red Army liberated it in January, 85% of the city was rubble. Liberation came with a 40-year communist hangover, but Warsaw outlasted it all. Today, 3.2 million people live in the metro, the centerpiece of Poland's post-Cold War economic miracle. Proof that even a city reduced to ashes can bounce back. Number 4, Tokyo sits on the Pacific's Ring of Fire. so daily life feels like living on a plate of jello. But nothing stopped September 1st, 1923. The Great Kanto earthquake, magnitude 8, killed over 100,000 and nearly leveled half the city. The city was rebuilt, only to be flattened again in 1945 when American bombers dropped 453 tons of incendiaries. 100,000 were killed, and 51% of Tokyo burned to the ground. The city got demolished twice before it even had a skyline. Rebuilding after the earthquake cost the equivalent of $85 million today. After World War II, Japan's economic miracle helped ease the burden. Planners focused on infrastructure and let locals shape their own backyards. The result? Modern Tokyo rebuilt from ruin into a patchwork of distinct neighborhoods. It's proof that even chaos can be well organized. So, Manila swapped its mangroves for condos, Dhaka played the world's worst game of sardines in sewage, and Pyongyang got bombed harder than it was built. Can anything be more difficult than that? Well, yeah. It's time for our top 3. Number 3, Magdeburg in Germany's Saxony-Anhalt has around 244,000 people. But it's basically a 3-time phoenix. The first wipeout came in 1207 when a massive fire torched much of the city, cathedral included. Round 2 came on May 20th, 1631, during the 30 Years' War. Protestant Magdeburg fell to the Catholic League, whose troops showed no mercy. 20,000 residents were killed and the city was reduced to ash. It took 200 years to recover, just in time to be destroyed all over again. On January 16, 1945, British and American aircraft launched a massive air raid. Over 90% of the city was destroyed. But Magdeburg was rebuilt once again. Intel plans to build its largest plant in Europe there in 2027. Here's hoping they also invest in a bomb, fire, and war-proof umbrella. Number 2. Ypres sat right on World War I's front line. Bad real estate, if there ever was. In 1914, Germany tried to use it to encircle Paris, but got stopped with British help. What followed were 3 brutal battles of Ypres, hundreds of thousands dead, and the city becoming infamous as the site of the first large-scale chemical attacks. Ypres got a starring role in the war no one wanted. Its medieval cloth hall St. Martin's Cathedral and much of its heritage were leveled, making it the most heavily damaged city of the war. Almost all of it had to be rebuilt just in time for the Nazi occupation in World War II. Today, so much has been restored that you'd hardly know. A quiet reminder of just how stubborn people can be. From one war-torn city to another, number 1. Baghdad's been around since the 8th century, and it quickly became the crown jewel of the Islamic Golden Age. For centuries, it was one of the world's great cities, until it all came to a catastrophic end. The Mongols paid a visit in 1258 and showed Baghdad no mercy. More than 200,000 people were killed or enslaved. The city was burned to the ground, and the legendary House of Wisdom was emptied into the Tigris, turning the river black with ink. Baghdad clawed its way back, only to be besieged again by Timur, the Ottomans, and plenty more after that. Today, over 8 million people live there. If nothing else, Baghdad has perfected the art of resilience. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. It really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time on MatPack.
Quick, think of a shape. Chances are there's a country that matches it. Well, maybe not a dodecahedron. From the curves of Italy's boot to the narrow stretch of Chile's coastline, countries around the world have borders that stand out for all the right reasons. We're going on a whirlwind tour of the world's weirdest, coolest, and most beautiful country shapes. Some you'll know, some will blow your mind. And if you like these geography deep dives, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Otherwise, I'll have to start selling slightly used globes on eBay. Number 21, Italy. Land of pasta, amore, and soccer. Or is it football? Italy's shape is one of the most instantly recognizable on any map.
It's a long, slender leg stretching down from the Alps in the north with the toe launching Sicily across the Mediterranean like it owes rent. Italy owes a lot to geography. The Alps, nature's wall. Invaders took one look and said, yeah, let's knock on France's door instead. The endless coastline? Basically a 4,700-mile launch pad for traders, pirates, and navies that couldn't mind their own business. And being smack in the middle of the Mediterranean made Italy everyone's favorite crossroads. Romans, Greeks, modern Europeans. Got an empire? Congrats, you're probably making a pit stop there. Okay, Italian lesson time. The peninsula is called Lo Stivale. Who needs Duolingo? It means boot. And this isn't a fashion statement. It's 600 miles of leg, leaving a footprint from the Po Valley right into the sea. Italy isn't just a boot, it's a boot with roommates. 2 of them, in fact. The Vatican and San Marino live rent-free inside its borders, like kids who never moved out of the basement. Italy is Europe's sampler platter. Volcanoes, mountains, vineyards, beaches, you name it, it's here. And each region couldn't be more different. The north is making bank. Lombardy runs at 127% of the EU average GDP. Meanwhile, down south, Calabria is scraping by at 56%. Italy has been limping along on uneven legs for centuries. From one long, skinny country to another, this time on the far side of the world. Number 20. Chile doesn't just look long, it is long. It runs more than 2,600 miles, but its widest point, barely 217 miles. That's not a country, that's a doodle someone scribbled on the margins of South America and forgot to erase. On one side, there's the Andes. The other, the Pacific. Chile didn't need some guy with a ruler. Nature boxed it in. And that frustrates every cartographer ever. In 1881, Argentina and Chile signed a treaty carving up Patagonia, conveniently ignoring the fact it was blank space on the map. Only the indigenous tribes living there knew the land. Think 2 neighbors arguing over who gets which half of a house they've never set foot in. But despite all this, Chile has a lot going on. Chile is nature's overachiever. Up north, the Atacama Desert, the driest place on Earth that isn't Antarctica. It also looks like a Hollywood set for every sci-fi movie ever. Patagonia? Crammed rainforests, fjords, and landscapes that feel like an entirely different planet. Between those extremes, you get volcanoes, vineyards, glaciers, and a coastline that just won't quit. Nearly 4,000 miles of it. For a country so skinny, Chile flexes harder than half the continent. Speaking of slim countries, let's shrink things down even further. Number 19. The Gambia, located in West Africa, is a thin ribbon of land that hugs the Gambia River, like a country with a liquid security blanket. It squeezes right through Senegal, muttering, "Excuse me, just passing through," before hitting the Atlantic. That gives it a pretty unique shape. What caused this shape? Colonialism, Africa's least favorite interior decorator. First, the Portuguese showed up and slapped their name on the river. Then, the British, Dutch, and French spent the 17th century playing tug-of-war over it. For the British, the river was a prime piece of real estate, a watery highway linking their outposts in Sierra Leone and Ghana. The catch? Britain controlled the river, not the land on either side. And that's kind of a problem. By the 1800s, France switched tactics. They inched toward the Gambia River. Britain panicked and spilt their tea, and then stamped the Gambia with a protectorate label in 1888. France reluctantly handed Britain the river. The 2 rivals sat down to carve up the land, totally ignoring the people who lived there. Empires, am I right? Britain crushed any resistance, locking down the Gambia's odd borders. From empires where the sun never sets to tax havens when the sun always shines. Number 18. Monaco might be small, but it makes up for it with glamour, elegance, and enough money to make entire countries jealous. Wedged between France and Italy, it clings to the Mediterranean on a crescent-shaped sliver. It's less of a country, more a luxury add-on. Monaco looks like it was carved straight out of a postcard, a very expensive postcard. It's tiny, glittering, and absurdly rich. Just zero point 0.7 square miles of seafront stuffed with casinos, yachts, and city streets that double as a Formula One racetrack. It's a traffic cop's worst nightmare. On a map, it barely shows up, a crescent-shaped smudge on the Riviera. But every inch screams money. It's like a microstate that decided to cosplay as an empire. And honestly, it's pulling it off. Let's head across the Mediterranean and visit our next weird shape. Number 17. Croatia has a pretty fascinating shape. It looks like it's giving Bosnia an awkward side hug, and not a friendly one. Bosnia gets just 12 miles of coastline at Neum, more speed bump than beach. Neum even cuts through Croatia. If you're driving south, you leave Croatia, enter Bosnia, and then re-enter Croatia, all just to reach Dubrovnik. Think of the passport stamps. So why the weird setup? Drama. Lots of drama. Venice and the Ottomans spent ages tugging over Dalmatia, and like a kid in a divorce, Dubrovnik was caught in the middle. By the 1600s, Dubrovnik was technically independent, but paying the Ottomans its lunch money for protection. Then in 1683, war broke out. Dubrovnik panics, thinking the Ottomans' enemies will come knocking. Their solution? Hand over a tiny coastal strip to the Ottomans as a human sacrifice, a human shield. It worked. But Bosnia got the world's saddest slice of beachfront. It was a pretty genius move. Anyone trying to get to Dubrovnik had to deal with the Ottomans first. The downside? Croatia was left with an exclave. Today, tourists cross a border just to reach the beach. Awkward, yeah, but perfect for globetrotters. Enough about Europe's coastline drama. Let's head east. Number 16. India's one of the easiest countries to spot. It's a giant triangle pointing into the Indian Ocean. Up north, the Himalayas act like nature's do not enter sign. On one side, you've got the Arabian Sea. On the other, the Bay of Bengal. Geography gave it a little bit of everything. Deserts, jungles, monsoons, like a climate buffet. It's also got one of the busiest borders on the planet. 6 neighbors, and Bangladesh, the noisy one. That whole mess kicked off in 1947 when Britain bailed on the subcontinent. They gave a lawyer 5 weeks to carve up millions of lives. It didn't go well. The new border stranded entire towns without clinics, schools, or passports. People were trapped in limbo. About 12 million tried to move, and up to 1 million were killed in the chaos. Partition wasn't careful planning. It was the map equivalent of scribbling your homework 5 minutes before class. It took almost 50 years to untangle its border mess. And even now, the 2,500-mile line is a maze of squiggles and switchbacks. It's more complicated than my dating life. On the map, it creates a jagged hook that nearly swallows Bangladesh, like a hungry Pac-Man. So far, we've had a country that's basically a fashion statement, another that turned itself into a racetrack, and a border squabble proving even countries don't play nice with the people next door. Let's continue this geometric geography tour. Number 15. Namibia looks simple at first glance. A rectangle, ocean on one side, neighbors on the others. All good. But look down here. See that weird tail sticking out to the east? That's the Caprivi Strip. The rest of Namibia is all deserts, mountains, and the Skeleton Coast, a place so metal it sounds like it was named by edgy teenagers. But that little strip, it sticks out like a glitch on the map, an accident you can't unsee. It runs about 280 miles from the northeast toward the Zambezi River. Then it mixes things up, varying from about 20 to 65 miles wide. Humans mostly avoid it, thanks to flooding and lousy soil. Antelope and wildebeest, though, they're all in. So why does Namibia have this awkward arm? Take a guess. That's right, it's our old friend colonialism, named for German Chancellor Leo von Caprivi. He traded it in 1890 like a kid swapping baseball cards. Germany thought it scored a river highway to the Indian Ocean. Instead, it got Victoria Falls blocking the way. Something the British probably knew about, but forgot to mention. So instead of an aquatic highway, Germany got a swampy animal hangout and a border headache that's been annoying people ever since. The Germans never figured out what to do with it. South Africa babysat it for a while, and eventually it landed with Namibia. Today, it's less a valuable corridor and more a geographical appendix. Doesn't do much, but it's there. Number 14. Rwanda. A tiny country approximately the size of the U.S. state of Maryland. Rwanda is boxed in on all sides. Burundi, Tanzania, Uganda, and the DRC all surround it. It's called the Land of a Thousand Hills. Sounds cute until you try walking anywhere. The Virunga Mountains in the northwest part of Rwanda contain the country's highest peak, Karisimbi, topping out at nearly 15,000 feet. Two of the world's biggest rivers, the Nile and the Congo, both flow through the country. And Lake Kivu marks its western edge. Small country, sure, but it's like nature dumped every feature it could find in there. Rwanda's borders? Another colonial gift that keeps on giving. Today, Rwandans argue part of eastern Congo are rightfully theirs. It's a claim rooted in pre-colonial ties, and in 3 sloppy maps Europeans sketched before they'd even set foot in Kivu. They were basically guessing. The Germans in 1884 shoved the border onto Congolese land. Another map chopped up Rwanda nearly in half, and a third added its own spin. It was cartographic improv, and it's still playing out in regional conflicts more than a century later. Next, we're going from Africa's tangled borders to Southeast Asia. Number 13. Laos' palm tree shape is down to geography and, drumroll please, politics. The trunk stretches 650 miles north to south. On the west, the Mekong River acts as a watery border with Thailand. On the east, the Annamite Mountains slam the door shut with Vietnam. So, Laos got stuck with a slim body while the chunky countries side-eye it. At the top, the Golden Triangle, where Laos meets Myanmar and China. Forget tourist brochures, this is one of the world's most notorious smuggling crossroads. Opium flowed out of here. The French locked it down during colonial days. Nothing says progress, like owning the world's drug superstore. Laos also holds a world record. Yay! It's the most bombed country on Earth. Oh. From 1964 to 1973, the U.S. dropped over 2 million tons of ordnance here. More than all the bombs dropped on Europe in World War II. Overkill much? At that point, Laos wasn't a country, it was a dartboard. So yeah, under the leafy outline, you've got 70% mountains, 18 ethnic groups, 1 river that runs the show, and a reminder that geography makes shapes, but politics leaves scars. So, from a bombed-out palm tree, let's head to a country that takes hide-and-seek to a whole new level. Number 12. Lesotho is basically South Africa's roommate who never moved out. It's one of only 3 countries in the world completely swallowed by another. Lesotho is all mountains. Its borders were carved by the Drakensberg into a fortress of ridges and valleys. During the Mafeking of the 1800s, while wars scattered tribes across southern Africa, the Basotho united and built their own mountain kingdom. Meanwhile, I'm building pillow forts in my spare room. But then, King Moshoeshoe I did the impossible in the 1800s. He actually got people to agree on something. He united the clans, but the Europeans couldn't resist getting messy. The Boers wanted land, the British wanted control, and Lesotho was caught in the crossfire. By 1868, Moshoeshoe had had enough and basically called Britain for backup. Basotholand was born, a protectorate that stuck around until independence in 1966. The borders never budged, which is why Lesotho's still jammed inside South Africa like a postage stamp. A very mountainous, very stubborn dot on the map. From Lesotho, boxed in by South Africa, to a republic that's out on its own. Different continents, same weird geography. Number 11. Nakhchivan is Azerbaijan's lost puzzle piece. It's an exclave cut off from the mainland, wedged between Armenia, Iran, and Turkey. About 2,100 square miles of landlocked, so close, yet so far. The place is ancient, too. People were here in the Paleolithic area, and its capital gets name-dropped by everyone from Greek scholars to Armenian historians. Over time, it's been Persian, Mongol, Armenian, Turkish. Everyone's had a turn. Must be nice being popular. The Soviets eventually stamped it as an autonomous republic, which is code for still complicated. The land itself doesn't make things easier.
Mountains tower on the Armenian and Iranian borders, with Mount Kapudjuk hitting nearly 12,800 feet. Then there's the Aras River snaking along the south powering dams. And then there's Snake Mountain. Legend says it cracked when Noah's Ark bumped into it. Great boat builder, pretty lousy sailor. Nakhchivan's borders and history may be messy, but it's never boring. So far, we've seen enclaves that refuse to budge, coastlines carved like nature was doodling, and mountain kingdoms living rent-free inside bigger neighbors. Now we've hit our top 10. Got a favorite country shape? Let me know in the comments. Number 10. Japan. Part-time island nation, part-time seahorse. Up here is Hokkaido. That's the head. Honshu arches into the body, Shikoku dangles like a belly fin, and Kyushu's the tail. The whole thing stretches about 1,900 miles from tip to tail, but it's so narrow in places that you could drive across in under an hour. Those islands sit right on the Pacific Ring of Fire. Sounds mystical. Really, it's just Earth's worst mood ring. Earthquakes and volcanoes on repeat. Seriously, over 100 are active. It's Japan's version of a constant acne breakout. About 70% of the terrain is mountains. Mount Fuji looms over the nation, nearly 12,400 feet tall. Flat land? Kinda like finding a quiet spot on the Tokyo subway. So cities squeeze onto the coasts, nearly 18,500 miles of them. Beautiful shorelines, sure, but also tsunami central, which means swimming lessons aren't optional here. They're survival. Volcanoes and tsunamis are one thing, but what happens when history plays connect the dots with entire countries? Number 9. Papua New Guinea's border with Indonesia has history, with a capital H. The borders with Indonesia runs nearly 500 miles across jungles, rivers, swamps, and the rugged Star Mountains. And it's all courtesy of Europe in the 1800s. Colonial powers sliced up the island like it was pizza, just as long as there was no pineapple. The Dutch took the west, the British grabbed the southeast, and Germany snatched the north coast. Local geography and people, not on the agenda. Australia took over German New Guinea in 1914. After World War II, the pieces smashed into modern Papua New Guinea. The border with Indonesia was meant to be neat. It would split Dutch land from Australian land. Easy, huh? In reality, it hacked straight through villages. Families found themselves in different countries. There were barely any markers showing where the border was. It's the kind of border that only exists on paper. Divide first, explain later. From Papua New Guinea's paper borders, we jump to North Africa, where 2 tiny European outposts still cling to the coast. Number 8. Ceuta and Melilla are Spain's 2 pieces of Africa. They're fortified cities perched on Morocco's coast that somehow never got returned. Ceuta was grabbed by Portugal in 1415, then handed over to Spain in 1668. Melilla came later, seized in 1497 during the Reconquista. Since then, both cities have been Europe's version of beachfront property. It's less about the view, more about controlling who sails through the Strait of Gibraltar. Think of them as Spain's house party guests who never left, definitely overstaying their welcome. Their spot on Africa's doorstep makes Ceuta and Melilla prime real estate. Too bad they come with fences packed with razor wire and cameras. Hardly Insta-worthy. Morocco has claimed them since independence in 1956. Spain insists they're as Spanish as tapas and cathedrals that won't be finished. The result? A political tug-of-war that's been dragging on for decades. Now, let's jump to Borneo, where one country managed to end up with a country shaped like a jigsaw puzzle, complete with a missing piece. Number 7. Brunei isn't one country, so much as 2 chunks. Malaysia's Sarawak state slices right through it, leaving the main section in the west and the poor Temburong district stranded on the far side of the Limbang corridor, just hanging around like the awkward guest no one's talking to at the party. In 1890, Sarawak's White Rajas annexed Limbang from Brunei in what's been called an involuntary cession. That's bureaucracy talk for mine. The loss split Brunei in 2, creating today's odd borders. A 2009 deal with Malaysia smoothed things over, but Brunei still clings to Limbang.
because letting go clearly isn't their strong suit. Think Clingy X, but with more jungle and checkpoints. Today, the border snakes through rainforest, popping up in narrow corridors like awkward reminders of history that won't move on. From Brunei's divided chunks to the Caribbean, where a narrow strip of land juts out between Guatemala and Mexico. Number 6. Belize's southern extension juts out like a finger trying to touch the Caribbean Sea. That skinny digit wasn't an accident. In the 19th century, colonial powers fought over every inch of coastline, and this sliver of land was in their sights. Spain claimed it, then passed the headache to Guatemala and Mexico. Then Britain muscled in to lock down trade routes. The result was the Waique-Eisenena Treaty of 1859, which drew the lines. Think of it less as a border agreement and more like kids fighting over who gets the last piece of coastline. Guatemala kept claiming Belize long after it was independent. Apparently, borders are never really final. In Belize's skinny southern strip, the border wiggles along rivers and forests, bending to whatever obstacle was in the way. The result is a gateway to the Caribbean that doubles as a cultural mashup. Spanish, indigenous, and British colonial leftovers all crammed into one strip of land. Let's hope the British didn't influence the food, though. We've seen Papua New Guinea turned into a colonial group project gone wrong, and Spain's 2 African party crashers who still won't leave. Are you ready for the top 5? You won't believe how number 3 got its shape. Number 5. Paraguay is one of South America's unlucky landlocked countries. It's shaped like a rectangle with an identity problem. 2 rivers do most of the border work, the Paraguay and the Paraná. One snakes down the west with Argentina and Bolivia, the other carves out the east with Brazil and Argentina again. Neat, right? Except every bend of those rivers is basically the scar tissue of centuries of fights, treaties, and wars. The biggest influence? The War of the Triple Alliance in the 1860s. Paraguay took on Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay and suffered territorial losses. Because why fight one enemy when you can go hard? It didn't end well. Paraguay lost chunks of land and was cut down to the river basin shape it has now. These days, it's wedged between 3 neighbors, no coastline in sight, clinging to its rivers for trade and survival. But at least it's a rectangle, kinda. Paraguay's borders may be messy, but at least you can still find the country in one piece. The next place on our list? Not so lucky. Number 4. The border between Tajikistan and Uzbekistan is less a line and more a bad joke. It stretches over 800 miles of brutal terrain, and thanks to Soviet planning, it's dotted with enclaves, tiny little islands of one country marooned inside the other. Think Swiss cheese, but less appetizing. The Soviets drew it this way to shuffle ethnic groups and control resources, not to make anyone's life easier. Now locals have to cross international borders just to check on farmland or visit relatives. Imagine needing a passport to borrow a cup of sugar. Checkpoints, zigzags, and borders nobody can agree on. It's like the Soviets let toddlers loose with crayons. And all Central Asia got? Tension, paperwork, and daily headaches. Sounds just like me at tax season. When you ignore geography and culture, you don't create a border. You create a mess. It's time for our top 3. Place your bets, because if the last few borders looked like a toddler's art project, just wait until you see what tops the list. Number 3. The DRC is massive, but its strangest feature is a thin extension to the Atlantic called the Congo Pedicle. Funny name? Funny shape. Colonial powers left it this way during the scramble for Africa, slicing up territory like cake. The DRC got the crumbs, with one awkward finger of coastline to show for it. When King Leopold II carved out the Congo Free State as his personal colony, the borders weren't about geography or culture. It was about making bank. It was rich with resources. Then European powers wanted in on the action. The Congo was left with straight lines, random bulges, and awkward peninsulas. But hey, at least it's interesting. The skinny western arm wasn't an accident. It was designed to give the colony a front door to the Atlantic, the perfect exit ramp for ivory, rubber, and minerals. The Congo River shaped a few boundaries inside, but it wasn't enough. When there's money to be made, rivers don't draw borders. Colonial rulers do. From a skinny arm
to one of the most dangerous places on Earth. Number 2. South Korea's borders trace back to 1945, when the US and Soviet Union split the peninsula at the 38th parallel. It was supposed to be temporary, but it wasn't. By 1948, two Koreas were on the map, pointing at each other, insisting they were the only real one, just like that Spider-Man meme. Then in 1950, North Korea crossed the line, literally. The Korean War left millions dead and the peninsula wrecked. 3 years later, the war ended where it started, right around that same arbitrary line. So you gotta ask, was it worth it? In 1953, the Korean armistice created the DMZ. It's a 2.7-mile wide buffer zone. Buffer is doing some heavy lifting here. Down the middle runs the military demarcation line. It's like the front line, but with no action. No peace treaty was ever signed. Technically, North and South Korea are still at war. They're just terrible at scheduling the sequel. The DMZ slices across mountains and rivers, bristling with soldiers. It's less a border, more the world's most tense waiting room. And now, we've reached the strangest country shape of them all. The nation that looks like someone lost a fight with a geometry set. Number 1. Thailand's shape depends on who you ask. Some say axe, some say elephant head. Either way, the north's the oversized top, and the south's the skinny peninsula hanging on for dear life. The north of Thailand is all pointy mountains. It's a natural fortress that decided where people could live and forced the borders to twist around it. Call it the country's backbone. Head east and you hit the Korat Plateau. This is a dry bump on the map, somehow christened the elephant's ear. If you squint and have an overactive imagination, it kinda does. Smack in the middle is the Chao Phraya River Basin, the country's breadbasket and power seat. Whoever ran this valley ran Thailand. Think of them as player 1. The borders around it, shaped by kingdoms fighting, colonizers scribbling lines, and the occasional mountain. The southern peninsula was about trade and control, but today it just makes Thailand look like a country that sprouted a tail. Centuries of treaties eventually nailed the borders down, but the shape still looks like it was assembled from spare parts. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. Really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time on MapPack.